I'll make some sound. I'll make some pictures. There we go. Welcome everyone. Welcome Peanuts. Another day, another
$1.
dollar. Okay.
Another day, another $1.
Okay then. Well, I know nothing happened on Jose's channel to any Derp because I was listening to most of that show today. So I can either go back to that YouTube comment maybe and find some Derp there. Boom, wrong channel, Blue. Unless anyone's got any other Derp they know of, I'm going to go over to the YouTube comment thing and see what else has come up. Can't see anyone else that's come up on my notification. Where's that channel? Hiding here somewhere. It is YouTube comment. Ugh. We got. We doing last night? Last time? I would try a Phuket word. We'll see if we get a Phuket word. How long's that one go for? How long's that?
He really needs to change his name.
Oh, have we done that one? No, we're all up to date with Phuket words, so we don't need him. Don't need that one. We've already done him. We were all doing Thrive and Survive, weren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, we did. We did one of his. We did his one on satellites. It was just utter nonsense.
Daniel Pratt. Got. Can't really find anything interesting from Daniel Pratt. His stuff's just all. Can't really. He's just all derp.
Yeah, well, he doesn't really put a lot of effort into his videos, does he?
No, not at all.
Same with Ranty's mainly. Got anything? I stream stuff. Lethal Warrior on that one. But oh, that's another one again. It's the same. You know where they get the Google Earth out and then they start measuring it from one point to the other. And,
oh God, not that again.
Those ones are.
Oh look, mean sea levels roughly the same all around the globe. I wonder why that is.
Because it's sea level.
Yeah.
And it's averaged.
Correct. Yet somehow for some of these idiots, it's, oh, that proves the Earth is flat. No, that just proves you don't actually understand anything, ever.
Yeah.
I'll get out of him.
Yeah, and yeah, that's because they don't understand the definition of altitude is basically is based on the additional distance from the average radius of the flipping globe.
Yes.
Oh, you typed hello to Blue. I'll just verbally say hello to Blue.
Yeah, hello, Blue.
Hello, Blue.
Yeah, but then Blue has to verbally say hello back. But he can't do that.
Which means he needs to come and join us.
Oh, he's over on. He could do it in cheating Discord if he wants to stick his nose in. If he doesn't want to come in. Know any of these other ones? Okay. Where else we've got? Ali B. Jeez, I'm trying to keep away from him.
Yeah.
Yes, please do that.
Yeah, I know. I've got. It keeps coming up in my notification. Might have to fix that. Oh, okay. Fight the Flat Earth did a Flat Earth debate between a Flat Earth Karen. Okay.
It's somewhat banging one's head against
Yeah,
a brick wall
it's okay.
type of
It's okay.
thing.
It's okay. Did you? I suppose
Well,
you
that's
watched
what you were
it.
looking for.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, of course I watched it, Terry. You know, someone's got to do their due diligence.
Someone's got to do the dirty work. Oh, look out! Blue's
Yeah.
going to come. Blue's going to come in just to say g'day.
And tell you that it's crap if it's.
Okay, where do we start? Got no time.
Yeah, she's kind of started on that whole religious flat Earth.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
No spoilers. No spoilers alert.
Well, other than spoiler alert, she's an idiot.
Yeah.
Good day, mate.
G'day, mate. How you going?
How was that?
It was good, but you still need more work on the mate bit.
Mate. G'day, mate.
That's not a knife.
You got to work on your blue. Oh dear.
Hey, you work on your own blue.
That's a knife.
That's how you say it.
How was that?
Oh,
Okay, who's got the YouTube?
not me. I'm sure I made
Not
it
me.
already.
I turned it off when I started.
I had it open twice.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Twice.
Twice? How can you have it open twice? Like once?
well, it helps with the view numbers.
I suppose so. Yeah.
Oh,
I
Assuming they
what
counted twice.
I forgot what channel I had the other page open to, and it's hidden behind Zoom, so I didn't see it.
I'm not the only
right.
one. Then I hide it behind Zoom as well.
It's all right, Blue. Casual's nowhere to be seen. We'll just blame him.
There you go. I see this as an excuse to purchase a third monitor.
Yeah, rub it in, what inches that I need another one.
Yeah, because 3 is just not enough, is it?
No.
I only have 2. I need a third one.
I've only got one, Cherry. You and I are fine.
Oh, that's okay then, Pip. We'll stick together. We'll work it out. Bugger these guys. I
On a
think
wall,
having more than one's better than having.
I want a whole freaking wall full of monitors, just monitors.
I've got a spare projector you can have, Blue.
I want to see YouTube pages all over the splattered all over the wall.
Oh,
Make it look like Mission Control.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want one of those big panels with knobs and sliders and buttons and switches.
What Alan's got behind them there.
yeah, the control room.
No, he'll just spend all day muttering to himself, "Oh yeah, guidance, go! TACOM, go! Face palm, go! Ow!"
That's more monitors to punch.
I can see Blue sitting there looking at a wall with a whole heap of Nathans on it, a few a few gleams and a few other unmentionables, just sitting there shaking his head, thinking, "How can this world be so stupid?"
Yeah.
Now, what I'd go looking for if I could do it is one of those little guns, little pistols that I had when I was a kid, and it shot a little dart with a sucky thing on the end of it.
Them, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Every time Nathan comes, like I just plaster him right in the damn head with a dart.
Pew pew, gotcha.
Then you get all the pleasure of pulling them off. You know, you get to go.
Yeah, that's it.
We're all just big kids at heart, really, aren't we?
Give it another lick and leave a whole heap of spittle on it, so that when
I
it
can
hits
see a
him,
problem though. Blue will probably zooped up the gun a bit, and he'll probably blow out the monitor. High pressure suction gun thing. You can stick the compressor onto it, probably.
Yeah, I can see it now. He turns around to Gladys. I just need to borrow the compressor out of the shed. It's going inside for a bit.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Suppose we see if we can squeeze a little bit of derp out of this. And you can blame whoever's the idea of this one.
Not mine.
She is a rather attractive young lady.
It's
Until she
too bad her
opened
brain doesn't.
until she opened her mouth.
Yeah,
Well, I've got one firm rule I made for myself years ago, and that is my face should never be the reason for setting off a metal detector at the airport.
Oh yeah.
I think all she needs is one more piece of hardware, and she's going to be in danger of doing that.
Yeah.
It's either that or she won't be able to escape from you.
Yeah.
Hook her up to the chain at night.
That's it.
The reason the Earth is shaped the way it is because I just don't think we should believe what we're told. I just feel like we should always question more and always open our minds to the thought that there's more out there than just, what we're being told, that the Earth is round. But we all know that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you say you know that the Earth is flat. Is there any evidence to back up that claim?
So obviously, that's the problem, though. Is there any evidence to support that that the Earth is round that you've seen?
Typical Flurfer response. I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it back to you. I'll ask the question back. Yeah.
For your eyes yourself.
Yeah, there's plenty of measurements. There's easy observations that can be done by many people.
But I have observations, and I like using my eyes to kind of, see what's right in front of me. And part of that is being able to see across lakes and oceans, and there's no curve there.
Hey, Karen, I like using my eyes as well, but do you know what happens if I use just my eyes? The entire world appears in low resolution because I need a tool to make my eyes better. And that's because, in general, our senses are a bit crap. We need tools to enhance our senses to be able to actually see the world for what it is. You can't just use your own senses to discern the world because that's not what your senses are for. Your senses are there to help you survive, not to tell you the shape of the world that you are on. That's why we need to use tools and look for actual empirical evidence.
I have to believe, I have to be honest, I'm very heavily on the religious side of things with this, and I do truly believe that God has given us the tools to see, what we need to see, and I can clearly...
God's given us some tools, all right.
Blue, that's a hard choice, whether to kiss her or get your tool out.
Tools.
Oh, sorry, I was reading that wrong.
Clearly see that the Earth is flat.
Well, then there's a lot of things that would need to be explained, like why can we see the effects of curvature? Why can we measure the radius of the Earth? Why can we measure the rotation of the Earth?
but I've never been able to see the effects of curvature. Have you ever tried putting, I can't remember the name, but one of those things to measure shelves, know
Like a level.
whether or not they're a level? Yeah. Have you ever put a level on the ground and it?
use a spirit level to tell us the shape of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah.
And that. How big a level do we need?
Well,
More
if
important.
you go for a 1 meter level, you just need something that you just need a machine that can use X-rays to read the difference in the drop because it's that small.
The more important thing here is she doesn't even know what the word level is. She doesn't know what a level is.
Her voice is very high pitched and whiny, and I'm having to sit with one headphone. Is it just
Yeah,
me?
but you're going to tell the shape of the Earth with a 1 meter level. On what?
Gleam says you can.
Oh, okay.
It's told you that it's not straight. It's not
quite
flat.
often, but a level works based on the local vector that you are to the center of the Earth. It's about the gravitational pull. A level can't give you a large scale view of the world. That's why you have people like geodesic surveyors whose literal job is to measure the Earth. And whenever they do, they come up with a radius of about 3,950 miles.
I just don't believe it. Like I said, I only believe what I can see with my own eyes. The thing is, you're being told this by scientists, and scientists are changing their mind all the time. At one point, everybody believed the world is flat. Unfortunately, everybody was kind of turned against that at one point and made to believe that things weren't true.
When did everybody think the Earth was flat? I mean,
I believe it was,
majority
back
of people
kind
hasn't
of
for a few thousand years.
Yeah, for a few thousand years, but those thousands of years ago, people could see that the Earth wasn't flat then. So what's changed is that the scientists have gotten into our minds.
Back then,
Did she really just say wasn't flat?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'll pause it again, but I just want to hear it again.
Yeah.
Just to get her words right.
Majority of
back
people
kind
hasn't
of
for a few thousand years.
Yeah, for a few thousand years, but those thousands of years ago, people could see that the Earth wasn't flat then. So what's changed is that the scientists have gotten into our minds.
Back then, they also thought that you could expel a demon from people's body by piercing it with.
So what? The bit that I caught was that she's trying to say that we could see the Earth wasn't flat back then. So how's it any different now that we can't see the Earth's not flat now? So what's changed? That's the bit she didn't explain.
Well, I think she wanted to say that the Earth was flat, but she just doesn't know how to speak.
Hot rods. It doesn't mean that they were right back in time, and we have the technology.
I have personal experience that hot rods.
Could I quickly show
Sorry,
you
a
video that was done very well to demonstrate the curvature of the Earth that anyone can do and see with their own eyes. Let me just get this video up for you a sec. Bear with me.
If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard, or at 17 feet off the water, the Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as... we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
That's the classic, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always a good one because it shows very easily and repeatably that there's a curve, especially when you're right next to water, like they were. Why can you measure the curve like that if there isn't a curve?
But is that something that you have done yourself? Is that an experiment that you have personally performed?
Or
is this just, another
genetic fallacy?
What do you call that one, Norma?
The genetic fallacy.
Oh, because you haven't done it yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've done experiments.
Oh, were you there?
I've done things that prove it. I was there.
Okay, you got to be there.
it
Do you know
isn't
who
because it's
performed
not
that
something that
experiment?
you've seen.
That was actually a flat earther that did that.
So I wasn't aware of that, and
Yeah.
I can understand how some flat earthers' minds might get changed and they might buy into the
it didn't change his
propaganda.
mind.
You know,
He just
No,
pretended.
his mind wasn't being changed for that, was it? It was still a flat earther up before and after.
Yeah, he's still a flat earther.
That they edited it deceptively, except they didn't. It was quite clear what happened. They easily demonstrated that there is curve to water when
Coming in,
you're right
bacon
next to
God or
water
out?
over a certain distance. You can quite easily detect that curve's there. But the interesting thing is that the dimensions that he got from there would actually match with all the historical measurements of the radius of the Earth that has been done. Now, do you think a geodesic surveyor knows what they're doing? Do you think they know how to do their job?
I've got to be honest. I don't know where DJ
Geodesic surveyor. It's
surveyor
someone who
is.
literally measures the Earth. That is their job. They use a certain set of tools and known surveying methods to measure the Earth. And there's one thing that they have to work with in their calculations, and that's called spherical excess, because they do a lot of their measurements based on triangles. And if the Earth's curved, then you're not going to be able to have a triangle with angles of equal in 180. So there's always an excess to that, which calculates to the curvature of the Earth. So why would all these, hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of people around the world be trained to do something and not know what they were doing?
I mean, isn't that the case with a lot of things? You know, we've had millions of people around the earth be trained to be archaeologists, and now we're finding that our old idea of dinosaurs was never even anything like, they have feathers apparently. I mean, if you believe dinosaurs, obviously.
New research definitely shows that the T-Rex could have possibly had feathers. We don't really know because we don't have that much information to go on apart from their skeleton and bits of DNA. But based on what we know about the type of creature they were in evolution, there's
What do you call it when you're talking about one subject and then she changes it to something different? That could be because she didn't
Scallop or
understand
moving the goalposts.
Doesn't understand the science and stuff, so she move it to something else.
very good chance that T-Rexes could have actually had feathers. That doesn't change the fact that we've discovered their bones and dated their age.
I mean, but who put those bones there?
The dinosaurs when they died.
Oh, Jesus.
Who put the bones there? I think somebody's pet dog put them there. They dug a hole and they just buried them for later.
Oh,
That was Rover.
Is she real or is she just a pole they found somewhere?
I don't know. I don't know where
really
Craig's scraping
well
the
be a
bottom
pole.
of the barrel. Some of these people he's been getting on lately.
Yes.
It's just not something, unfortunately, that I buy into with dinosaurs.
I mean, whether you buy into or not is wholly irrelevant. Facts don't care about your feelings. That's why on the Facebook group you said, oh, I thought I could come here and just have, get my ideas out. And
Craig scrolled on Facebook now. The Facebook group. Yeah.
Well, I think he may have a bit of an account in a certain Nathan's Facebook group, if you know what I'm trying to say there.
Yes, I know the one exactly the one you're talking about.
Because he's got so many members on there. I think he's trying to get people off there that are prepared to have a discussion / debate with him, because Nathan won't come back at the moment and have a debate with him.
And that, well, yeah, but your ideas are going to be challenged, and if your ideas are wrong, then you're going to be told that they're wrong, right?
So I'm happy for my ideas to be challenged, and I have no problem with that. My issue, if you're going to reference the Facebook group, is the issue I have in general with the name Karen, and what the name Karen has become, which is it. Sorry, it really upsets me.
I understand, but it's unfortunate that a lot of very stupid people acted in that way and they were called Karen. But, just because your name is the same as a current internet meme doesn't mean anything. What you will find is that people in 2019 and 2020, when they had children, did not name them Karen.
Did I miss something? Is somebody actually making memes that's intended for her, but
No, it's just
No.
Karen.
No.
Stupid women are called Karen, like anti-vaxxers are Karen.
Yeah, the whining evil stupid woman
Yes.
who,
Is a Karen.
who complains about everything is a Karen with the big hairdo. It's a whole thing. I mean, there's whole subreddits on Reddit about Karens and the stuff they do. I mean, even Plannerwalk does Karen, doesn't he?
Yep.
Why he puts the blonde wig on sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon,
That's just
get
Planner
me the
Walk on a normal
manager.
Saturday night.
What we saying then?
That's just Planner Walk on a normal Saturday night.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, true.
But they are exactly the speak to the manager sort of thing, the bitchy soccer mum sort of thing. They complain about the slightest thing and oh, bring me on, oh, get me the manager. Yeah.
I'm going to get you sacked.
That's it. I'm going to get you sacked. I'm going to call the police. That's a Karen.
I don't understand.
Does it?
It does not, but you raised the issue in the group, which was the fact that my name is constantly used as a weapon against me, and I just don't, and that's the issue with the group, but that's a whole separate issue, obviously, to the flat Earth issue, and that's not something.
If you're on the internet, you gotta have thick skin, and unfortunately, your name is the same as a very popular and current meme, especially in the COVID times.
Karen.
Team, yeah, go ahead.
Karen, this is the manager speaking. What would you like us to call you instead of Karen? We'll be more than happy to call you something else.
So it's not that I have a problem with my name, it's that I have a problem with what my name now symbolizes, and I fully understand why, the Karen meme, as they call it, exists, but unfortunately, it doesn't represent all Karens.
It does so far.
Okay, are you okay with just calling me Karen?
I'm okay with you calling me Karen. I'm just not okay with the manager jokes, and I didn't ask to speak to your manager.
Oh dear God,
I think they've upset her.
She's bringing the tears.
Oh no.
So
how precious.
No, you just hang on, and I'd like to point something out here.
I hope you're not getting no spoiler alerts here, Peter.
No. Just now, it sounds like she's crying there.
Right.
Just wait about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Geez, you're subtle with your spoiler alerts, Peter.
Yeah.
Hey, we're just gonna be joking around here. That's what happens. But let's get back to the.
Karen, you got to understand one thing. We're an entertainment channel. We do this for fun. There is no judgment based put on you based on your name at all. 100%. We wouldn't do something that classless, and we do classless shit here regularly.
Yeah.
So
Teams did an entire video about swallowing semen.
The whole. I did. I just did an entire video on how eating semen will not help you protect yourself from COVID-19. So, we have fun here. So just go ahead and take everything with a grain of salt. The whole manager thing was just to give everybody a laugh out there. It's not to get you triggered, and that's ultimately not what I'm trying to do. Is try to get you upset. So take it with a grain of salt, and we'll try to have a good time tonight. Okay?
I appreciate that.
Right, let's just stick to evidence, right? Because honestly, Karen, I can show you evidence for days that the Earth is a globe, scientifically, peer-reviewed, repeatable, observable evidence. The question is there any evidence the Earth is flat?
I mean, like I said, there's plenty of evidence that you can see with your own eyes. There's lots of things. Like the fact that you can see across rivers, like I said, I mean, if I throw a bowl to a friend, I haven't got a strong arm. I'm going to be honest. But if I throw a bowl to a friend,
how wide's this river she's thinking of? You can see across.
Well, it's not the Murray, that's for sure, Terry.
It must be strong to slinging bull.
And all the sounds of tears have completely gone out of her voice now as well, Terry.
Yeah, funny.
Amazing.
Well, Pete, I don't know if you noticed, Peter, but she was muting her mic.
Yeah, I
throughout that. You can hear her going and muted it. So she either collected herself pretty quick or
No,
crocodile
she does it.
tears.
She does it for the rest of the stream too. She's on push to talk.
Mm.
And that
Right, well,
ball isn't
well,
going
let's-
to instantly pummel to the ground because it's going over some sort of curve. It's going to go straight to my friend. I mean, as long as they're relatively close.
Yeah, as long as they're relatively close, but that's relevant to the shape of the Earth because, I mean, you could be standing on a hill, couldn't you? The way to see that there's curve is to measure it, say, over water, which has been done many
But that's
times.
the thing as well. I mean, that's the thing as well with with hills, with mountains and things like that. They always go up and down.
Yeah.
I mean, if that doesn't change your mind.
Wow,
What?
that's it. That's it. I'm convinced.
Wow.
I'm convinced. That's it.
And down.
Yeah, that's it.
Up.
We're done.
Hang on.
And down.
Yeah.
Are you sure they go up and down?
Yeah.
Does some like strafe sideways a little bit?
No.
Like I'm a bit confused by this
No,
part.
she's talked me into it.
The
I've gone.
mountains on the earth go up and
Yeah.
down, up and down, up and down. The mountains on the earth go up and down.
Oh, dear.
The wheels on the bus.
Army truck. That's all I've got
I
to say.
think her wheels stopped going round a long time ago.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the hamster died?
Either that or it's on permanent strike.
I said it's not being a redhead and full car, and she should just stay up.
Oh, we got a new
Yeah.
converter to the mountain side. Death's come over. Thanks, Death.
Because a mountain goes up and down. Please explain your reasoning, Karen.
So the mountain, it goes up, and you have to go up a mountain,
Yes.
and then after you get to the peak, you have to go down,
Wow.
and that wouldn't happen. So
Absolutely fucking brilliant.
Someone give Karen a medal. Give her a medal. Oh, fantastic! That is the single greatest discovery.
Eventually, you don't need to go to school. Just listen to Karen.
I'll just listen to Karen.
I'm going to crop that bit out, and I'm going to
Fantastic
play
idea.
that every time we talk to a flirter. I say, listen, this is.
This is what Karen said. And then what? Oh dear. Oh, Karen. It's like the Armacane ads, but it's Karen.
Me fingers laughing so much I can't press the mouse.
Go start for Karen.
Karen's the reason we invented participation awards.
Oh, dear.
Play.
Yeah, my brain's just relaxing for a minute.
So that's a mountain, and if the Earth was curved, surely it would just be a steady curve around, rather than a peak.
You know the ground has topography, right?
I'm not sure what that is.
You know, there is mountains and hills.
We said a big
Down
word.
bits.
That word has too many syllables.
Craig, you shouldn't use those big words.
Yeah, that word has too many syllables for me to understand.
Oh, yeah.
Please choose a smaller word.
Give me a minute while I Google topography, Craig.
Technically, it's the uppy downy bits.
The lumpy bits, Terry.
This is something that's typically covered in Year 7 geography. Just to point that out.
I think she thinks it's got something to do with t-shirts.
Just remind me how old you are when you do year 7 in Australia.
12?
That's like 12, yeah.
11,
Okay.
12, yeah.
Yeah, I think we learn about how a mountain is, what a mountain is in kindergarten.
Probably.
I
All
just
kind of
watched
work
the whole.
perfectly on a globe.
But that's where I don't believe that we are on a globe.
mean, that's what I'm saying. Is there any evidence that we're not on a globe? Because I can present you plenty of evidence that we are.
And like I said, my evidence is what I believe.
Well, no, that's not what belief is. Nothing to do with evidence.
That's not evidence.
Beliefs are beliefs, and that's religion, and it's kind of irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. What we should base our knowledge about where we live on is empirical facts. So, for instance, let me show you this picture. You see this picture?
Oh, she's not going to understand this. It's got a mountain in it.
Yes.
Right. So let me explain what's in this picture, okay? It's taken just up round the corner from me, not far away.
Well, we all know what this picture
and
is,
the
so we'll
skip
forward.
Your picture, because that's curvature. There's most of a mountain missing.
Press L.
I mean, obviously mountains are different to the actual curvature of the Earth. I believe that the Earth surface itself is flat. I still believe in mountains, and I still obviously believe in kind of Mount Everest and things like that. But mountains are obviously going to make the land appear to be bumpy.
Yeah. Now the point is when you measure elevation, you measure your elevation up.
Karen's never going to be a manager.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but with her logic, if there's mountains, the Earth's not flat anyway.
Those are not piercings. Those are the antennas that pick up the signals from the lizard people. Oh,
well, they need to do a better job.
There is something to this G5 shit after all, huh?
G5.
I have to say thank you for the laugh on my break, and I will catch you later if these are still streaming.
Okay then.
Farewell.
Bye.
Don't worry, the stupid. I was going to say to him, don't worry, the stupid won't go away by the look of it.
Above sea level. So it doesn't matter if you're on a hill or anything. You can measure your elevation based on a reference point, and that reference point above sea level. And they fall below if the Earth is flat. Do you understand?
But that's just because the mountains are off in a distance, so obviously they're going to look smaller than the things that are closer to you.
They'd look smaller, but they wouldn't fall below eye level, would they? Not if that is your line of sight. If things get smaller, they shrink off into the distance. They don't fall down randomly in the distance.
I mean, I have to be honest, I'm not a geological person, so I'm not exactly sure with that. But like I said, it's going to look smaller if it's further away, no matter what.
So this is a orthographical view of what...
That reminds me of this is close. That is far away.
That is far away.
Please tell me Craig's not going to show her this. Oh my God.
I know.
Yeah, but wait for the first comment, Blue.
Okay.
Oh, there's a dumpster fire coming for sure.
Oh, I need sound so I can skip forward.
Now, if the Earth was flat...
And the question I ask is, where did these pictures come from? Can you substantiate?
Did I miss
But
it?
again, the question I ask is, where did these pictures come from? Can you substantiate?
Sorry, Peter.
Just let it play. Just let it play. You've got to hear what she says about that that picture, though.
Yeah, I was only just skipping forward to her response.
But again, the question I ask is, where did these pictures come from? Can you substantiate?
A friend of mine took that, actually, called Miles Davis. And he's got a whole bunch of the videos that this still was taken from on his channel. Like someone I personally know. So it's not just a random thing.
It's just not, like I said, I believe in the Lord, in the Lord.
Oh, my, no.
Yeah,
no.
You missed a bit that she said, I think, though, Terry.
Did I?
Yeah, you got to go back further. You fast forwarded past the diagram, so you got to go back to when Craig first brings it up.
That one, that bit there. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a orthographical view of what you're seeing there, right? The observer height of 210 meters on the left, straight line looking over the bridge tower.
But that's just a picture that's been drawn.
Yeah, because this is explaining why the mountain falls below that 210 meters. So this is a side-on description of this picture, okay? And as you can see, the mountain is still 510 meters above sea level. It is still bigger than the bridge tower. But because the Earth is curved, your straight line of sight makes the mountain look smaller. Now, if the Earth was flat, it simply wouldn't happen. The mountain would appear to shrink in size, but into that eye line of 210 meters, not below it.
But again, the question I ask is, where did these pictures come from? Can you substantiate?
A friend of mine took that, actually, called Miles Davis. And he's got a whole bunch of the videos that this still was taken from on his channel. Like someone I personally know. So it's not just a random thing. I mean, anyone can go and take these photos themselves.
I believe in the Lord, in the Lord, and He has put it on me that I truly believe that the Earth is flat, and I believe that that's how.
If it's flat,
but it's
then,
not
then
to me. That's my belief. That's personal to me.
Oh yeah, but belief is irrelevant because if the Earth is flat, something like this needs to be explained. You can still believe in the Lord. I'm not going to say that that's not a thing to do. But there's no reason why the Lord could not have made a spherical Earth.
That is true, but remember that at one point we believed that Atlas carried the world on his shoulders. At one point, everybody believed the world was flat.
Yeah,
At the other point, now we all believe it's round. But again, can you substantiate that?
Yeah.
Can you prove that happened?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got another friend, a very good personal friend of mine. Shout out to Red Rhetoric, who is one of the biggest people in the world for going and recording rocket launches. And he's recorded several rocket launches that when you watch it go up, you can see the gas that comes out the back. It expands more and more as it goes up and up until you can tell that the rocket has transitioned into what is practically a vacuum because the gases coming out the back of the rocket expand so quickly. So yeah, absolutely, we can demonstrate that rockets go into space.
This is all just going to go straight over the top of her head.
Yep.
But again, it's not something I've ever seen with my own eyes. It's not something that I've personally witnessed.
Okay, well, you live in Tampa, right?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. So does the guy that does those images. Now, let's have a look at something from Tampa Bay, because you'll be familiar with that. Let me just get the correct video up.
That's near where the rockets get launched, aren't they? Tampa.
When you're looking across the bay at Tampa, you can see.
Southern side of Florida.
But near enough to see a rocket go up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, they have to be up pretty. The rocket has to be pretty high before you'd ever see it from Tampa. That's what 80 miles, 100 miles away.
Oh, okay.
Looking towards Tampa. Sorry, I should have had this prepared. There we go, Tampa Bay.
Isn't Tampa on the other side of the peninsula from?
Right.
Yeah, Tampa's on the Gulf Coast side.
And wouldn't that be ignorant of a person that's in her state not to even drive that way or even be in that direction close enough to where the rockets are being launched to actually see them? That's
I think
just in an hour and a half you could be there easily. I mean,
I think Pip hit the nail on the head, though. You're all assuming that she's got a driving license.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, she must have friends. Surely she's got friends with a car.
No. Once again, she's a flat earther. She doesn't have friends. She just has acquaintances.
Oh,
well, she's over there in holiday.
Ask Nathan about that.
Oh, Nathan just.
I'm sure she's got friends. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah, I'd go flat for her.
Right, if we look at this video, he's at Tampa Bay, okay, and using the Nikon P1000, he looks across the bay towards Tampa, okay. There's him showing you that's looking across the bay towards Tampa, right? Now, as you can see in this image, looking towards Tampa, the bottoms of those buildings are very much missing, even though the angular size of the buildings is quite large enough to be able to see them. So what he did was he found an image of those buildings that was taken closer up and compared the two, like this. Calls it the blink test. And as you can see, the proportions of the buildings stay exactly the same. The only thing that changes is the fact that most of it is now blocked off by the water. Now,
something.
there's no reason why the bottoms of those buildings would sink into the water like that. There's no reason why, looking across Tampa Bay, you wouldn't be able to see not only the buildings, but that shoreline. But quite clearly, just by being several miles away, a large portion of it gets blocked. How is that explained if the Earth is flat?
I mean, were these taken on 2 different days?
Yeah, the image that was closer up that was taken was, like, I think a stock image to compare the fact that the buildings were... let me go back to this so I can show you.
I mean, sea levels rise, so the...
sea levels...
Wow. Wow. What, the buildings are flooded? All those buildings are underwater? Nah.
Sea levels were high on the particular day.
Right, so you're saying that those buildings were underwater?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Should
I'm
we get
saying
help?
that sea levels in the meantime could have...
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but why
possibly.
would-
Do you have the Lord Jesus?
Why would sea levels...
Terry, do you want to just pause it there for a second? So just for the people that may want to know, the world's largest tidal range is 16.3 meters, and it happens at the Bay at Fundy up in Canada, and it's very closely followed in the United Kingdom by about 15 meters between England and Wales in
On the
the
Severn Floor.
in the estuary at the Severn estuary there.
Yeah, I used to live down there.
Now, that was more than 15 metres worth of buildings gone missing, just like to say that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
should
But
we
I'm
get
saying
help?
that sea levels in the meantime could have...
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but why
possibly.
would-
Do you have the
would-
Lord Jesus?
Why would sea levels rising cut off the bottoms of buildings unless you're saying those buildings are underwater? Where is the bottom of those buildings? Where is it?
The issue is, obviously, we don't know what angle this picture was taken
Yeah, we
from.
do.
This
He
picture
showed
could have
you.
been a low-down camera angle.
No, he showed you the image. There we go. That's how it was taken.
Yep.
Again, you know, it's just, I believe there's probably high water. Sorry, I am
So
struggling with my
if
speech
it's
today.
high water, then you're saying that parts of those buildings are underwater, because whether even if you look at the image from close up, where is it? Right, so you can see at the bottom here the shore with the dock with the boats, right? So even if the tide was really, really high, it's not going to be higher than these trees, which means the fact that at this point, when all that water is blocking it off, needs to be explained. And it is explained quite easily. Do you know how? Because the Earth's a fucking globe.
I mean, again, you know, that's your belief. My belief
I don't
truly
have beliefs.
is that the Earth is flat, and I
don't
feel
have
like...
beliefs. I do not have any beliefs. Beliefs are completely
He's
irrelevant.
doing a stick
I hold
James
my
there.
position because evidence and logic suggests that's position to hold. There is no evidence to just believe
God, Craig's
that the
been
Earth is
listening to
flat.
Slick.
And whether
But
you're
we've
religious or
seen
not
the
is
evidence, you
completely
know.
irrelevant.
I've
Show
seen
me
photos
some.
myself.
Show me one photo that shows that the Earth is flat. There isn't any.
I'd like to see evidence of that.
If you're in Detroit and you look straight over, you can see Canada clearly, and there's no curvature there at all.
I bet there is. I mean, you're just saying you can see that. Have you got any images we can reference? Because I guarantee if you took the images and compared it to what you should see and what's missing, you would see curvature. I mean, just
Again,
saying
though,
that
I like
isn't
to
anything
see...
relevant. You need to take
But
images.
that's something
and
that I've
assess the
seen with my own eyes on a visit to Detroit. So again, I don't like to believe in pictures
right, let me
or
see.
you know, anything that I've not seen with my own 2 eyes. And one thing I've seen with my own 2 eyes is quite simply being able to see Canada from Detroit quite clearly.
Right, one sec. I'm just having a look at what distance that is.
So she knows about the Chicago skyline photos then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the one she's referencing then.
Go to Detroit.
I think she's a total po.
Right, so we're down
Just
here.
this is
I
Alright, so you're
I
looking
listened
across
to
that
some
lake
of her
there, which is
arguments,
how
and
many
it
miles?
reminds me of someone else that we might all know.
Take this picture.
Lemon bird?
No.
Travis.
Oh, no. Think
just
more
say that?
Terry's Discord.
I mean, your mate. Your mate, Ross.
No, he's
What
not
I
in your
say?
Discord anymore.
Oh,
Chemo.
Oh,
chemo?
Who?
hang on.
They don't just tell us.
Chemo.
Because maybe he doesn't
We're
want
all,
his
we're all
name brought
guessing.
up.
We're all trying to guess who this person is.
Try that.
Oh, right.
Well, yeah.
He's a troll. Yeah, but he's a troll.
Yeah, but she's trying. If she goes down this road of the religious side a bit too much, which this other person you're mentioning doesn't really.
So you're looking across Lake St. Clair, right, from Detroit to Canada. So you've got, how many miles is that? 37 miles. Oh, cool. So we're looking at about half a degree of curve there over that amount, which is absolutely perfectly easily able to see on the globe based on those measurements. There's no problem at all, and in fact, you would quite easily, half a degree is no problem when refraction accounts for usually a degree at least. So yeah, no problem. Seeing Detroit from Canada from Detroit isn't an issue. That matches the globe, so it's not evidence the Earth is flat.
But then if it was curved, surely in that distance you would be able to see some sort of curvature.
And you can. You would probably see the bottoms of buildings missing and stuff.
But I've not seen that, and I've been there with my own two eyes.
So you're telling me that you have seen the buildings completely from the bottom to the top over that amount of water?
I mean, I can't remember exactly. It's been a long
There we
time
go.
since I went there.
I guarantee you that if you actually did that observation and looked properly, you would notice that the bottom of those buildings
What, with
were
the
missing.
naked eye? Over 30 what? How many miles? 30 odd miles with your naked eye.
Yeah.
It's just.
She probably actually saw that. She just forgets that she was in an airplane when she did it.
She was high. Sure she's in a plane?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a belief that my parents put in me, and they instilled it in me that I should never allow anybody to talk me out of my beliefs and my.
Well, she's indoctrinated by her parents. By her parents.
Yeah.
Wow.
She is literally
So who's the
indoctrinated.
sheep now? Who are the sheep
Bah.
now?
I'm betting a lot of stuff's been put in her.
You're
dirty
obviously
old
talking
fart,
about
you
the dentist. Talking about the dentist trips, aren't you, Blue?
yeah, exactly. I'm sorry.
Shame
Lord,
on you.
Isn't that a
my
bit silly?
strong belief.
What if new evidence clearly shows you're wrong? You're just going to ignore it?
But you can't always
Can I
trust
ask
the
you a
evidence.
question, Karen?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, before that question's asked, but you can't believe all the evidence if you're ignorant, but you wouldn't understand it.
And you're
well, you can believe the evidence you like. You don't have to necessarily believe all the evidence.
Did anyone ever teach you to be skeptical of your own belief system?
So I was not raised to be skeptical of my belief system because, unfortunately, God doesn't allow that.
What?
How do you?
Isn't that actually in the Bible about something verse to do with?
I want to hear a response to the next question.
Yeah.
Because
shut up.
You know that your belief system is right then.
Yeah, sorry, Terry.
If you're not skeptical, if you
Because
don't test it out yourself to make sure that it's in line with what you truly believe or what you want to believe.
So my belief system doesn't matter when it comes down to my personal relationship with God. It doesn't matter what religion I belong to, as long as I pray to the Lord and I can hear Him respond
Have you
in
ever
my
heard him
heart.
respond where someone else? Well, I mean, that's you don't have ears in your heart, so you can't
I
necessarily
don't think
hear
they
in your
should go
heart.
down that road with her, with the
But
But I
have you
can
religion side
feel
of
ever
it.
it.
had an experience? Have you ever had a tangible experience that I could replicate myself by, that gives a predictive power? Like you say, okay, you do this exactly this way, and you're going to get exactly this feeling out of it. Is there any way for you to guarantee that I get that feeling by doing exactly your same methodology?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly kind of what kind of example that you're asking for, but I definitely know that if I pray, I'm going to be saved, if that's what you're asking.
How do you know that?
You believe, you don't know. You don't, yeah, you believe, you don't
Because
know.
I can feel
There's
it.
no way for you to know. You could be wrong. Well, yeah. I mean, that's
I
the
feel
brain
like I'd be
works in
worthy of a
mysterious
first Green
ways.
Lantern ring to come from space. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Are you aware of how
I don't.
neuroscience works, like how your brain works? Are you aware of that?
It's just not something that interests me in any way because it doesn't help me
Right,
further.
but it would explain a lot. It might take you away from your belief system. It might put you in an uncomfortable place morally or, spiritually maybe, but to understand how the brain works gives you a good insight on why you believe the things you believe. And for you to go through that and at least understand that chemically speaking, there's a reason that you're inclined to put so much faith in something that you've never seen, felt, heard, touched, nothing. You put so much faith in that, but we've got a globe Earth that you're standing on that you refuse to accept.
I mean, I have to be honest. That just feels like you offering the apple to Eve. You're asking me to question my entire religion,
What?
which is what Eve did, which is why she was banned from the Garden of Eden. So it's just not.
Okay, so you're not allowed to question things. Doesn't that seem like, I don't know, a bit culty?
Cult.
Wouldn't an actual
Tyranny?
God that cared about you want to be able to falsify your own beliefs? I mean, I'd never believe something just because someone tells me to believe it. That's a stupid thing to do.
But it's not just because somebody
ask
tells
what
me to
religious
believe
sect-
it.
It is, though.
May I ask
I just
what
identify
religious
as
sect you belong
Christian.
to? As Christian?
Mainly
Okay, so
Christian. I'm
you're
not kind of any. I'm sorry, I do
I
apologize.
understand.
I'm not.
But you're but you're mostly a fundamentalist, though, right? A young Earth creationist. You believe in fundamentalist religious beliefs, right?
Sure.
Adam, Eve,
Yeah.
God created the Earth 6,000 years ago, not billions of years ago. That's what you believe, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah. So there's no evidence to support any of that, and there is a way of describing why we needed to have those beliefs in God when we came forward. And I believe it was I don't remember. I think I don't want to say the wrong philosopher, but it was either Nietzsche or someone else, maybe Voltaire,
Nietzsche.
who said that if man had not
Nietzsche.
created God, or if God did not exist, then man would have invented him by now. Because we have this natural desire to explain things, and when we can't explain things, it puts us in a really awkward position. So we use the idea of God to explain the things that are unexplainable to keep us
That
in a
was
comfortable
Voltaire that said
position
that, by the way.
in our reality. Voltaire, yeah. So I thought it was Nietzsche at first, but no, I think you're right. It's Voltaire. But it puts us in a position to feel comfortable by giving an explanation to something that we have no control over. We can't explain it yet. We have no predictive power over it yet. Like, for instance, electrons. Before electrons existed, we believed it to be magic when we put two things together and they formed, a whole new molecule. And with different properties than either of the beginning properties, we would believe that to be magic. Now we have the scientific study of chemistry, or the scientific field of chemistry, which explains all of that, and it all came about with the understanding of the electron. So with our understanding, we eliminated the need for magical things like a creator or anything else because we have science that gives us a predictive power that we don't have to guess anymore whether two different chemicals will bond on their own when put together. No, we can use science to predict that. We can use chemistry to predict that with accuracy.
I mean, again, with scientists, can you really trust what they're telling you? I mean, you mentioned, chemistry. We have Einstein's theory of relativity. Where is that? That's E equaled mc squared. I mean, does that really mean anything?
Yeah, it means that energy equals mass times the speed of light. Technically, I mean, if you want to talk practical terms, that means that you would need about, I think it's 1.4 million kilowatts of energy to create 1 kilogram of mass. That's all. That can actually be proven through mathematical experimentation. But what it means is we know the relationship between energy.
Can we skip?
Yeah. Unless she gets
We
embroiled
don't,
in
we don't want to go
relativity
through
and
the
things.
whole 2 hours of it, so. Oh, this
I
looks
think I might
interesting
sneeze
here.
myself.
Do 2 or 3 jumps. It looks like. Go here somewhere. Here we go.
What you came here to debate. You came here to debate evidence of the shape of the Earth. And I can present you evidence that the Earth is curved. I can present that out the wazoo. It's not a problem. I have so much evidence that the Earth is curved and rotates that I genuinely don't know what to do with it all. I've got so many folders on my computer. I mean, just this video alone demonstrates very nicely that the Earth in fact has curves. And I don't know why you would deny such beautiful curves as you have on Earth. So how is it that we can see the curve? How is it we can measure the curve? How is it that there is effects that only exist? Why is it there are things that only exist if the Earth is curved and rotating? There has to be explanations for these things. If the Earth is flat, then so much of reality doesn't make sense, like at all.
Such as what?
Why there's a horizon in the first place? Why the sun's angular size doesn't change? Why gravity exists? Why we can measure the curve of the Earth?
I don't believe that gravity exists.
I mean, that's irrelevant what you believe. It does exist.
Oh.
Again, that's your belief.
No. We don't have a belief. There is an absolute empirical fact that gravity exists.
That's an observational phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's observational phenomenon right there. There's no way
I
that you
personally,
can tell me that gravity
believe,
doesn't exist.
I believe in the teachings of Mark Sargent and
You've got to be a pro.
Teachings.
You just said teachings of, as if
you've got to be a pro.
You just said teachings of. Like, come on, he's not a teacher. I've met the guy. You know, he's a teddy bear in real life. He's a decent dude to sit down and have a conversation with. But let me tell you something. He is no teacher.
Nathan would love it to be a
okay?
He'd love to be
The flat Earth clues that you're. Yeah, the flat Earth clues. If you're stopping at that video and saying that video corresponds to gospel, then you have yet to watch the many debunkers out there and some of them are Christian, that have debunked the flat Earth clues. That guy is not a teacher. He's a moron, an idiot, and you are part of the people that he is conning regularly. Okay.
But if we're going to talk about Mark Sargent, we do need to watch a quick video of Mark's, which is it's one of my favourite videos. So just let Mark talk to you about a second.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I remember this.
Oh, this is great.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with SportsBet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. SportsBet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
And are you telling me that's a man you want to listen
every
to?
fucking joke out there.
Yeah.
Flat Earthers are the butt of every joke out there. I mean, in a few years from now, they're going to be just calling people flat earthers, in lieu of fucking calling them fucking morons and idiots. I mean, it's going to be synonymous with those words. You're not even going to, you don't even have to believe in the flat earth. You just got to do something that's so fucking stupid that everybody around you points and laugh, and they're going to go, ha, look at the flat earther.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that they believe in flat earth.
And
they're stupid
just
as fuck.
as the cruel bullies do now with Karen.
The other day, I dropped my son's mug. He had a colour changing mug, right? And I dropped it and smashed it. And he went to me, Dad, you're such a flat earther.
I mean, I'm assuming that's due to obviously your attitudes on the subject.
I mean, physics and basic understanding and an IQ in double figures is all that's really needed.
Well,
yeah,
his son has.
I mean, like seriously,
well.
Karen, and right.
Oh, don't want to get into personal attacks too much. Okay. Yeah.
School, they'd explain things, and I'd just say yeah, so they'd stop talking.
I imagine that's a correct assessment.
Hang on, go back a bit. She's talking about her.
I bet teachers loved you, didn't they? Do you know what lead paint tastes like, by any chance?
I don't think. I mean, again, I don't understand how any of this is relevant to the flat Earth debate. I'm feeling very
Right, okay,
upset.
okay. Let's get back to the flat Earth
I feel like
debate
you're
then.
making me feel
Let's get back to the flat Earth debate.
Inadequate.
Right? So,
I mean, I do definitely feel like you guys are being very condescending.
like I said, it's very hard not to, and you need to present some evidence for us not to do that.
When we give you a piece of evidence that suggests that something's true, like the GPS argument, and you've used GPS before, and then you just say, well, nope, it doesn't work. It's not real because space doesn't exist, gravity doesn't exist, satellites don't exist, I don't see them with my own eyes, this and this and that. It's really hard to take that person seriously in any adult conversation whatsoever, because they've automatically determined, they've come to a predetermined conclusion that anything you say is not going to satisfy their requirements for evidence. When you put forth evidence that requires you to have an even less burden of proof, and you accept that evidence versus the evidence that we put forth that has, empirical observations to back them. It's really frustrating. And that's why we're kind of turning to being condescending instead of having an adult, proper conversation.
But if you want to go back to the whole flat Earth debate, then that's great. We can do that specifically. But one thing we need from you, Karen, is some kind of verifiable evidence. Because, let's be honest, I've got measurements. What evidence is there the Earth is flat, apart from I couldn't see the curve out of a plane window?
But again, I feel like you should be able to see the curve out of a plane window, definitely.
Okay.
I don't believe in the satellites. You are correct. And I don't believe that any of what we're being told by NASA or anybody like that is true in any way. I don't believe in it. It's just not true.
Okay, but that requires some evidence to go up with it. And you just saying, I think we should be able to see the curve from an aeroplane, isn't evidence. Karen, all that is evidence of is you don't understand scale. The Earth is fucking huge. Airplanes fly average cruising altitude for a commercial airliner is what, 30,000 feet? Like, if you look at a globe, a normal globe you get in the classroom, that would be, 1/100th of a millimeter off of the surface. It's tiny. You're really not going to see the curve that much. In some conditions you can, when it's just right, when you're up that high. But normally you need to go a lot higher. And when you go up higher, you see the curve, and that's when you start to need to explain things, like why can we see the curve if it's not there? And also, if you don't believe in satellites, quick question, why do planes have GPS receivers on the top?
I mean, I don't know personally the layouts of a plane or what parts are on this, so I, again, don't know if that's verified fact that that's on planes.
You've got Google, right? You can verify that right now. It's not hard.
I mean, even if that is a fact, again, I don't know if we should be taking all of our information from Google and things like that, which are controlled by the media.
Google isn't controlled by the media. It's
Okay,
controlled by
so
Google.
I worked
a company called Alphabet.
So in the military, I worked on what's called an ANURN TACAN 25 transponder. It kind of helped planes find ships or airports. Every major airport has one. Okay, now this item goes on the very, very, very top of every ship, because when you put it on the very, very top of every ship, it increases its effective range due to the radar horizon being extended because you're raising up in elevation. Why does it increase the radar horizon when you increase in elevation?
Magic?
I mean, I do believe that the Earth is itself being lifted through the air, and that is something that could possibly happen as a result of that.
The Earth is being lifted through the air.
So, yeah. So Karen, just let me solidify your point here, just to make sure I'm getting it right. You are one of the type of flat earthers who believe that the Earth is constantly accelerating up, and that's what the explanation for gravity is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood your position correctly, because, you know, of all the flat earthers that are out there, the ones that deny gravity are the worst, because there are, you know, you could just say, oh, the Earth is going up at 9.8 meters per second constantly, except for the fact that the speed of light kind of debunks that. Because we are moving faster and faster, for us to have constantly been moving at 9.8, you know, accelerating at 9.8 meters per second. I don't know how fast you overtake the speed of light, but you overtake the speed of light relatively quick.
I did the math on that before, team, and it would take 364.7 days to reach the speed of light, starting from zero.
Yeah. So
stop.
For every year.
That's not the way it works.
Yeah, I thought I heard something about that once before.
Yeah, Craig doesn't understand relativity if he's making that statement, because even if you accelerate constantly at 9.8 meters per second, you will never reach the speed of light if you accelerate at that rate forever.
Yeah, he does correct himself later on.
Yeah, good.
Here
and like
Sorry, Peter.
He said something. He says something along the lines of, the reference, because of the reference plane that you would be in, being on the Earth at that acceleration, you would actually never get to the speed of light, or something along those lines.
Yeah, but I think it went over her head anyway, and she's not going to respond to it because she wouldn't understand all that.
We have been around, we would have accelerated another speed of light, another, you know, put on another fucking speed of light on top of the speed that we're going. We simply don't see that, and there's no science to back that. Unfortunately, there's no science to back that for you guys. However, you know, at least you're, you know, recognizing the fact that something's causing things to accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters per second in our reference frame. That's the only way you can really explain that without accepting gravity as a fact.
I do believe that. I do believe that us raising, obviously the Earth kind of going up, is what causes gravity to kind of keep us all
Then
grounded.
why haven't we passed the speed of light?
You know, again, how do we know that the speed of light is even...
Because we wouldn't
Again,
be
that's not
having
something-
we wouldn't be having this conversation right now if we didn't understand the mechanics around light. The speed of light is an extremely important thing in physics. We base a lot of technology on the known constant of the speed of light. So yeah, we definitely know what the speed of light is. And the speed of light is about 180,000 miles a second, 300,000 kilometers a second. So every year, we're going to have increased by 186,000 miles per second again. You know, so just in the past 10 years, we've gone 10 times the speed of light. So we're going 1,800,000 miles per second now. You know, we don't see that. So no, that can't be the reason why there's gravity.
But again, speed of light, things like that, that's all things that you're told by
No,
scientists.
it's experimentally demonstrated to be fact.
it's not something
Okay,
that
so
I've
if
ever
I
seen.
if I have an object,
Irrelevant. You're not a
hold
scientist,
on.
clearly.
If I have an object, Karen, listen, this is basic radar right here. If I have an
She's
object,
been brainwashed
let's say-
into thinking if she can't verify it for herself, it's not true.
Yeah.
And there's a better way to debunk that accelerating argument too, because the value of little g is actually a little bit less up at the top of a mountain. It's measurable, all right? Yes. So if you go up higher at higher elevations, it becomes less. So are they saying that those things up at a higher elevation are accelerating at a slower rate than the things on the ground? Wouldn't that mean that we'd crash into the things that are up higher because we're accelerating faster than them? It just doesn't make sense at all.
No.
You know? Yeah.
It just means that every day as we're accelerating, all the mountains around us are getting shorter. Because they'd have to.
Is that why birds poop on us? Because we're accelerating upwards to meet the poo.
Yeah, it scares the poo out of them.
Literally.
Mustn't be much left.
Say
of this.
20 miles away, okay? I can shoot an electromagnetic beam at it or wave at it, right? And I can do a pulse. So just a small beam goes out, and I can time the time it takes for the beam to leave my radar, bounce off the object, come back to my radar, and I can use that time to determine how far away that object is. That's based on the speed of light. So how are we wrong about the speed of light when we can use it experimentally and it gives us predictable results?
Crickets?
You know, again, I've not personally seen that experiment or seen anything like that, but it is truly.
Well, you can imagine all the experiments that are out there for her saying she hasn't seen an experiment. How long would it take her in a lifetime to see every single experiment personally? Would she have enough time in a life to do that?
I bet
For the amount of experiments that are out there.
I bet she didn't witness personally the formula used to make all the makeup she wears.
All the science behind it and the experiments that was used to make it. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
I've seen evidence. I've seen, works. I've seen books, read books where they are explaining that the Earth is going up.
What? Which books?
No, she hasn't.
Is that the ones down the library?
But it's not.
The weird one.
It's
in
a
the
fact.
Restricted section, Terry.
Oh, okay. In the kids section?
No,
the restricted section.
Ah.
Same place that Harry Potter puts his cloak on and walks around at night.
It's definitely not science fiction.
Again, that's my belief, and
belief.
if that's
come on,
what
no. You came on here to talk about
the
shape of the Earth. You can't just talk about beliefs. Your belief.
I don't think she understands what beliefs is, even if she keeps bringing that up.
No, the problem you'll find with religious people is they have a belief, and if they have a belief, therefore everybody else has a belief.
Right. Okay. Is that your belief?
I think. That's yeah. Sorry, I don't have beliefs. I just deal in facts.
Okay, Slick.
I don't have
in the Earth accelerating upwards means that we are now traveling several million times faster than the speed of light. I don't know about you, but I don't seem to be experiencing any time travel. Team, you? Any temporal anomalies happening?
Nope.
Nope. You didn't see tomorrow's dinner today or anything like that? No?
I was about to say, not that I've foreseen, no.
Cool.
But you saw yesterday.
No, we're definitely not traveling faster than the speed of light, Karen.
I mean, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that we are traveling faster than the speed of light.
You're implying it though. By your argument of gravity being explained by the acceleration of Earth going upwards, that gives the implication that we would now be traveling faster than the speed of light.
You can't wrap your head around that one.
So
I'm really sorry, but I am feeling I have to be honest, for the last 10 minutes or so, I've been feeling very attacked
What?
We're asking you for
by
evidence.
kind of the things.
That's all.
And I understand that, and I'm sure it's
How dare you
something
ask
that
a
you would have
religious
gathered
card for evidence?
yourself, and it's something that I feel that I've presented. I'm sorry, but
What,
it's my
though?
belief, and I'm not appreciating people being so, you being so condescending, and
Well, you haven't presented any
it's
evidence,
just
though.
really,
That's the thing.
it's just really upsetting me.
I'm sorry, but facts don't care about
we're
your
not,
feelings.
We're not trying to upset you, but hold on.
And,
let me-
and now the tears come back again.
Quick, someone call the human resources manager.
She starts losing, so the bit of waterwork starts again.
What, do you make her feel sorry for her?
No.
It's a feminine tactic.
Yep.
Well, it's something that both of my girls try on me every time I go crook at them.
Well, Pip, if you start it, we're going to see straight through it.
Piss off.
And do you
Grow up here.
ever stop to consider how you
Oh, you
spoke about
stop
Neil
me.
deGrasse Tyson earlier and how that might affect him or make him feel that way?
I hate you.
So if you're going to be talking about other people like that, I think you should be prepared to be talked to like that as well. And that's all we're doing. We're not personally attacking you. This is for entertainment. It's not entertaining to see somebody break down. So that's literally not what we're trying to do here. We are just trying to have a good time. If you need a moment, we'll take a moment and we'll end this show. Because, yeah, Craig, go ahead and end it, man. I don't want to make her feel like that. If, like, at least, Karen, if you want to have an opportunity to say bye to everybody, because I'm not going to stick around to make her feel any worse than she already feels, bro.
No, we're not trying to make you feel bad, Karen, at all. You got to understand that. But from our point of view, we present evidence of our position, and you don't. That's what this is about. You came on here to present evidence of your position. If you're feeling upset, then I mean that's just your own feelings about facts. And I don't want to upset anyone apart from Nathan Thompson. Upsetting him is amazing.
Yeah, cool.
I don't want to make you. I don't want to be the reason why you cry.
Yeah, I'd make that guy cry.
But if you,
I mean,
if
I'm
you
not
come along
crying.
with-
I'm not upset.
If you come along with no evidence, then of course your position is going to be attacked. And it seems like you don't understand a very basic amount of physics and maths. And of course, if you are the one going against all of science, yet you don't understand the very basic points of it, then we're going to laugh at that. That's just what happens. Don't feel like we're attacking you personally. We're attacking the flat Earth. You got to understand that.
I understand.
All right. I understand if are you happy to hang around, or if you feel like you need to leave, it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset. I'm not sort of. You've not hurt my feelings. I'm not. I'm not crying or anything. But I do kind of feel like this conversation has possibly come to an end.
Okay. Now, just remember, evidence is king. If you don't have evidence, you shouldn't stand behind your position. Would you like just a minute to say goodbye to the audience?
Well, goodbye, everybody.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Please don't ever just believe anything.
Thank you, Karen.
Always challenge your own assumptions. Have a nice day.
Karen, I will.
Dodgy tart.
Evidence of indoctrination.
I'm not upset.
But my
But that's
beliefs.
the way it works. They
but my
cried, they apologised.
My beliefs are your
It worked.
beliefs.
They fell for it with tears.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I can't believe that they sort of played it safe and thought, oh, hang on, maybe she's upset. Who gives a shit? She's turned up and said, Hurley Burke.
And I tell you what, Terry, with her mentality, your cars are my cars.
Which means my cars are your cars. So you'll drive Ford Estates.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I knew you'd love that.
Yeah, but I can prove
Very
evidence I've
communist
got
now.
real cars.
I could prove evidence.
Oh,
I've
you've
real
got
cars.
muscles.
You got that? You like those four-letter word cars that start with an F?
No, I don't like Fiats.
Oh.
Fix it again, Tony. Oh, I've never owned a Fiat.
No, neither have I.
I've had a few Fords though.
Who are we?
Yeah, lots of Fords. I had a Volvo once. That was useless.
Oh no, my parents had a Volvo. That was enough for me. It's like, no, not having one of them. And they could never figure out how to turn the lights off either.
I'd like to address something. Well, like before I forget.
I'm getting sunburnt.
Well, get out of the sun.
It's going in the window, and if I shut the blind, you won't be able to see me.
Oh, stop your crying.
Not nice. I'm a girl.
Don't make Pip cry.
Don't make me cry. Don't upset me. No.
As
The
I was
makeup will
saying,
run.
I was on
I haven't got any.
Sean. I was on not Sean.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I was on Jose's hangout most of the afternoon there for a couple of hours, and SC tagged me in the peanut gallery, and I had a rough idea what he was talking about, but I didn't want to get into him with a text match in the peanut gallery because I can't type that much. But
No.
I think he's still harping on those camera things that when they went to the moon, and he wanted me. He wanted me to relay to Alan, and I went, nah, this is not my area to worry about, and he's not, and he's still arguing about it, but I don't know how many conversations were had about it, and I don't know which actual point, if you break it, it has to be broken down, I think, a little bit more in where his misunderstanding is. Not so much the generic of the misunderstanding, but the actual individual misunderstanding.
I'm not muted or anything, am I?
Yeah.
No, you just weren't letting me finish my sentence.
Yeah.
Terry, but I was going to say, I think my answer here is probably a quote from the Big Yin. He can fuck off, and when he gets there, he can fuck off again.
Yeah.
He can go fuck a duck and come back quacking. Because he has absolutely no interest in listening to the answers.
No.
He was given the answers to the question that he had about that camera so many times on your stream, Terry. He's been given it in Jose's. He's been given it in Sean G's. He just doesn't care.
No.
He's just a troll. He is stirring. That's all it is.
Yeah, that was why I didn't just kick him from the server when I'd had enough, and when everybody seemed to have had enough of the way he was behaving. That's why I didn't just kick him from the server. That's why I banned him, because I didn't. Yeah, I wasn't ready for him to come back and to have to talk to him again.
Yeah. But he's just a troll because he doesn't believe that space is real anyway. So why is he arguing about bloody cameras?
Even when Alan went to the trouble of explaining everything, even when we went to the trouble of we put an X-ray up on the screen showing that X-rays don't go through the plates of someone that's had plates put in their skull. Even when we went to the trouble, myself and Alan went to the trouble of finding the specific specifications of the film that was used on the moon, and found out that the operational temperature of that film far exceeds any temperature that the moon itself could reach in either direction in daylight. All of that still wasn't enough.
No. And he will keep going on about it for months because that's what he does until he hears some idiot say something else. He was going on about the Black Swan event for months. And that's only because he was banned from raising the gas pressure without a container and extra vacuum on Jose's channel, because even Jose had had enough because it'd been explained to him 100 times at least, and he just kept repeating the same old nonsense. And that's what SE does. And that's a very rickety looking windmill.
Yeah, I know. Peter gave it to me, and I'm going, okay.
It's a wonderful gift. It's a wonderful gift.
I like it. It's got Flintstone gears and everything.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Where was this topic?
At least someone
originate?
appreciated it.
Yeah, where was this topic going to originate from? That's what I have to remember now.
I think you were going on.
We've got the information now. We just got to figure out where we go.
I believe, Terry, that after going over the windmills themselves, you were going to go on with the internal workings of them.
Yeah, but we had to come from somewhere to start off with. That's the whole. I'm looking for now.
Would it have been windmills by chance, Terry?
Look, I'll fix you.
You're not too big to get your bum scaled.
Pinchy?
Keep one large piece of stone still, spin other large piece of stone on top of it. Throw wheat in. Throw wheat grains in the middle.
I can keep doing this all day.
So can I. It's good fun, Terry.
Okay. So do you want me to Google the windmill again, or do we just go straight into it and try to find one? Because I know Alan gave me something to do with.
Well, there should be there should be all that stuff still in your stream.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I am now. I'm sort of.
Is it an extract from Camberwick Green?
Yeah.
With Windy Miller.
I got the Roman water wheel, but that's the water wheel. We don't have the water wheels. Yeah.
Especially when he gets drunk on cider. That's good.
It's like I said, Terry. Once we have the lockdown out of the way, I will go and visit the Wind Energy Museum in the village where I live, and I shall take the camera and I shall show you around it. I can probably even get them to. I can even ask very nicely if we can have a tour of Thurnmill.
Got the time to.
But I'm sure the lady who owns it won't mind, because she's really nice.
No.
And she's the bar lady. And she's the bar lady on the village hall committee. So when we have pub night, she runs the bar.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds like an all-round good egg.
She is. She's really nice. She's one of them people. Yeah, she's one of them people in the village who makes an effort to do everything.
Yeah.
But
Peter gave me some mechanic pictures, but we might.
I might even see if we can stream live from looking around there.
Okay. That Flintstone water wheel. Windmill thing.
I'll be back in a moment. My chair's squeaking. I'm gonna go get some WD-40. That should do the trick.
Okay.
Okay.
Nothing worse than a squeaky chair.
But WD-40 isn't really the right. WD-40 isn't very lubricating.
No, it's not.
It's not good for long-term lubrication. Good
You
for
want a
getting
can of
stuff.
3-in-1.
Yeah, you want a good old can of 3-in-1.
Yep.
It's the only thing I've got, Alan.
That's
Olive oil.
That's a bit small, that one. What'll happen if it?
Where's my olive oil on this chair?
We can't just grab general images from Google anywhere. Oh, that was a bit small.
Just zoom in, Terry.
Yeah, I'm trying to. That's about the biggest I can get that. And that's a stock photo too. It's got the watermarks in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to only get stock photos and stuff that you weren't going to get in trouble for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. I don't
that's
want to
fair.
use that one for too much longer. The other ones, you just got some diagrams.
Well, all those diagrams actually.
Trying to work them out.
Geez, all these people posting the wrong stuff in this in the stream homework. Bloody
Are
bit.
they? Yeah, I know. It's only meant to be for homework.
So if you went to those images that I've thrown in there, for starters, the first image is an image like the windmill that Farmers was talking about, with the windmill near his place that's got the secondary windmill at the back of it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
And it depicts how the secondary the second part of the windmill actually turns like a big planetary gear on the inside to turn the head in the direction of where the wind's coming.
Fun.
I can't look in 3 places. Yeah, that one there. Just have to move that out of the way.
That's the one. That's the sort of thing, yeah.
So it's got that as when that fan or that windmill section there is facing into the wind, obviously the wind is able to turn it. And depending on which way the wind's blowing from, depends which way those blades will actually rotate. And it's set up and geared as such so that what it does is it turns the whole head of the windmill, including the main part of the windmill around those planetary or that large outer gear there, so that the head is facing into the wind. And obviously, once it turns to the point that those tail blades don't get any wind directly onto the blades, they stop turning. So it orientates the main part of the windmill.
It centralizes them.
Yeah.
It keeps the head facing in the optimum direction for maximum power.
Yep.
And then if you go down to the second image that I dropped in there, I think it was, it gives you just a bit of a better depiction of that with the, not that one, sorry, the third one. Go to the third one, Terry, sorry.
There we go.
So that depicts, obviously, looking at it from the side as a cutaway, so that you can see how that would work with the top on top of it as well, so that the blades are all connected to the top section of the windmill that turns. And then the fourth picture was the one you had up first up, which is just like the picture of the internal cogging mechanism of
that one.
No, the one I think you put up. So the one that's underneath that one that you just had up before, Terry, in Discord. So the 1, 2, 3, the fourth one that I put in Discord.
Counting from the top, 1, 2.
Yep.
The wooden one.
Yes, Terry.
Yeah, that was the one with the watermark.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't really want to put that one up for too long.
Yeah. All right. So if you go down past the two vertical blade ones, then and then you can see
into your next post.
The next, yeah, go past the vertical blade part though.
Yeah.
And go into the next one. Just make that bigger so people can see it.
Yeah, that's just showing the basics of the cog system.
Yeah, so
But not all of them were made like that with just the dowel sticking out. Some of them did have a
no,
top
no.
plate. I have seen. I suppose the same mechanics as in the
That's a pretty effective design for some applications, depending on what you're trying to do. We used a thing like that with air pollution control equipment that I used to design. But it was a gearing mechanism that had to operate in an extremely dirty environment inside the equipment that actually is taking all the fly ash out of the flue gas stream. So that stuff's abrasive, and you couldn't put precision gearing in there. It would get locked up quickly.
Yeah, I bet.
So we use those things. We fondly referred to and actually technically named it the Flintstone gear. But it's very forgiving. It's a very, very forgiving thing.
Well,
Obviously,
look at the tolerances on it. The tolerances are huge, aren't they?
Yeah. It won't operate at any kind of speed at all. I mean, it has to. It's simply designed for very slow operating stuff, but it cleans itself. And the problem you run into with it is those pins will wear pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So we had to case harden those damn pins to get any kind of life expectancy out of them.
This
But
is
they
a
do
working.
transfer quite a lot of torque quite well, don't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of torque on it.
We are seeing a black screen. Dora says.
You see look at the guy standing there. Look at the size of those damn pins. Jesus.
Yeah.
Bigger around the guy's head.
Yeah. And that's a water wheel design that's 2,000 years old.
Uh-huh.
Or near enough 2,000 years old. But I think about 50 AD, something like that. That would have been built right at the beginning of the Roman occupation of London.
I'm sure those are wooden pins, right?
Yeah, it's all wood.
That'd be all
It's wood.
Yeah, it's a complete wooden reconstruction of a Roman water wheel that's been found. I think it was for actually lifting the water out of a well.
Yeah, I've got that.
The major reason I put this one in here was to show the working parts on a water wheel, as this is almost identical to those used in a windmill anyway, of similar eras.
Yeah, similar. Yeah.
And like Mad was like Farmers was saying, and Mad was saying, a lot of the windmills in different areas of, well, even Holland and England, they were used to pump out the lower lands. And the bucket technique here that they're using is one of the earliest forms of lifting water. I won't call it a pump per se, but it lifts the water from a lower point up to, say, a aqueduct or something along those lines, so that they could transfer the water to where they wanted to put it. And quite often they'd be sticking it into a channel or whatever to transport it away from where they're pumping it out of.
They were able to replicate the mechanical system with, obviously, metal lasted enough to build the little buckets with the chain type system for the water. Don't really want to play it. But I think it's that one. It's getting the water and going over the top. Is there one where it's going into something, or are they just going? It's a bugger. I haven't cherry picked the video to get the. Water's going in it there. Goes up and around. Coming out. Can't see. Oh, it's coming out. Tips out to the sides, maybe.
On the water, according to QE, the water will just stick up in there because of entropy. So.
Oh, well, if he said it, it must be true. Because he knows everything, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if he writes it in different colours, that makes it even more true.
You use crayons.
Yeah, you just need to pick out a few words and make it really big and red and blue and stuff like that.
Yep. Make them stand out.
I was looking down the shop the other day for crayons for Flurfers, but I've run out.
I've eaten them all.
All got teeth marks on them.
Oh. I played that one. Okay, so that's a replica
you reckon
of a water.
You reckon if we start dipping them in flavouring blue, we might be able to make more money?
If I ever do products on my channel, I think that'll be one of the things I'll sell.
Flavoured crayons. I like
flavored crayons.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, don't the Marines like the green coloured ones the most?
So that's a replica
You
of
reckon
a
if we
water.
You reckon if we start dipping them?
It wasn't me.
Nah, it was blue, I think.
No, it was me.
It's even worse.
Dora said get yellow crayons, they taste better.
Do they?
Fred Knotts in the chat want to know if I'd ever done any work with windmills for generating electricity. No, I have not ever. At one point, one of the owners of the air pollution division that I worked for was Alstom, and they do make wind turbines. And of course, General Electric eventually became the boss. And they obviously make them. But
no, never did wind turbines. I did design one plant room to have PV arrays on the roof. Now they have to be at a certain angle, and instead of mounting the frames on the roof that we built at our usual angle, I actually designed the roof so it was at the correct angle for the PV panels.
Mm-hmm.
So we built the whole thing, and then the company responsible who we're building it for said, actually, no, we changed our mind now. We scrapped the PV arrays. We said, well, okay, we've already built the plant room. We'll just leave it as it is. And every time somebody looked at this plant room, they said, why is the roof at such a funny angle? Well, for the PV arrays. What PV arrays? Yeah, we're not fitting them anymore.
the ones we didn't put in.
Yeah, the ones we didn't put in because the client changed his bloody mind. And it did look silly because usually the pitch of the roof was 5 degrees. But this one was, what was it? It was something like 30 degrees or something. I can't remember the angle that these panels had to be put at, but we'll make the roof the same angle. We just bolt the panels to a frame on the roof and Bob's your uncle. You ain't got to sort of offset them at the right angle or anything. And then they scrapped it. It just looked bloody stupid. And of course, somebody said, well, can't you rebuild the roof? And we said, yeah, of course we can. You're going to pay for it? No. All right, we won't bother then. But in amongst all the other plant rooms we had set outside waiting to deliver, there was one with this stupid bloody roof on it. Never mind, we tried.
I see where Peter got the pictures from.
No.
Yeah. Terry.
What?
May I just show a quick picture, please?
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know.
I was just going to say where I grew up, where I lived as a kid and grew up. It was right near one of Britain's most well-preserved
Oh
smock
wow!
mills.
Oh wow! Look at
Is
that.
is that near where you grew up? Wow!
Yeah, that's Upminster. That's Upminster Windmill.
Wow!
And that's pretty much the exact design that you were looking at.
Cool.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, you can see the tail at the back there, and yeah, look at that. That's a rare bit of kit.
Shall we all go on a field trip?
Yeah, I wish we could.
Of course, that's right in the mid. That's right now. That's now right in the middle of all the housing estates and everything that
course,
are around it.
That's what's been
town.
brought up.
It's one of I think only 4 windmills left in Greater London, and it's the best preserved. Apparently, the best preserved smock mill in the whole of the UK. But of course, that is for actually grinding
grain.
As I say, all the mills, or pretty much all the windmills around here are for pumping water.
Yeah.
Because most of the grinding mills are water mills.
Yep.
Which you don't actually need a lot of speed. You don't need a lot of flow in the water, but to turn a grindstone.
No.
No, it's the torque that they produce with the gearing system that produces the power to.
That's it. You don't want speed.
You want power. Power.
So yeah, they would use. They would tend to use water mills to grind. Grinding in this area, but we have lots and lots of wind pumps.
Oh.
All modern wind turbines, of course.
Huh?
And yeah, and yes, we did import the Dutch to build them for us.
Of course we did.
So yes, Terry, I did cherry pick the best ones for you.
Well, I like this one.
That's quite impressive.
Upminster Mill was built in 1803.
Can't quite see that one, but that one. Do I need it bigger, or that's good enough? Wow. I haven't found out what type of timbers they used yet. It'd have to be oak, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would think they would use a lot of oak. Oak and ash.
Ash would be good. You guys have maple over there?
No, not really. No, we don't tend to have maple.
Yeah.
Terry, I found you.
I believe maple's a more of a New World species.
Yeah, I think you're right. We have it here that hard maple is a really good wood for stuff like that.
Yeah, I've done furniture making with American maple.
Yeah, it's really stable. It's nice to work with.
Hand carving it was I turned mine into a laminate with some really nice American black walnut, and then tried to hand carve it. Bad move.
Terry,
Yeah.
I found you an image if you look in the side chat, whether it's what you're looking for.
I'm just looking to see how the cog works. See the shaft there.
The
cog there, small cog there. Is that going into? I can't work out that one. How that one's?
Oh, their teeth sticking out from the side.
Yeah, those are pins sticking out this direction.
They're sticking out the side of the rim.
Okay.
And then they're meshing with the teeth on that one.
Over here, yeah, that's what I was trying to work
So
out.
quite often, Terry, on these windmills, you'll have some of the different cogs and stuff will have grain release gearing. So the idea being is after so many turns of the big wheel, the little wheel will release a pre-measured amount of grain for more grinding, because obviously if you put too much grain in there all at once, it becomes clogged up with all of the grain that hasn't been milled, mixed with the grain that has been milled. So they work out how much grain needs to go in there so that they get a consistent mill, and they can remove certain pins on some of the wheels so that it only releases a certain amount each so many rotations and stuff like that.
I think you might have that here.
Yeah.
I can see a hopper there.
Yeah.
So what would the person do? Basically, just come along and check it and have all the grain.
Check the consistency.
Make sure the grain's full at whatever they've got at the top.
And they'd also be checking the consistency of the flour coming out from between the millstones. And once it's at the consistency that they desire, that's they'd obviously just let the machine run and do what it is. But there's once, like any process like this, all the variables come into consideration, like the moisture in the grain and all of that. So they couldn't just have a constant mechanism that was just not fixed. They had to make adjustments for each particular grain that they were grinding.
Yeah, well, the bloke that's grabbing the sack and then sewing it as well, he'd have to have some sort of control with the flour as it's coming out after it's been grounded too. So he'd have to keep up with that. Yeah. I'd have, like a video of this would be perfect to see somebody actually replicating the process, the production of it. All we're going to see is just images here and there.
Mm.
Okay, we'll see what we can come up with next time. In relation to, if it's a flour mill, we'll look at the flour part of it if we can. We'll have to Google that. But then we still got to get to the water wheel. That'll be interesting to look into that one, like a normal water wheel.
Can I quickly share again, sir?
Oh, just because this is your channel, do you think you can share?
Oh well, I was only. No, I was just going to say that's Thurn Mill, which is the mill that's literally pretty much in my village,
yes.
Within not very long to get to.
Wow. And is that one for water or for grain?
Oh, water.
Okay.
They're all for water. It's literally it's literally alongside the river.
Right. Okay.
As you go. There we go.
Is that what you call a river? Is that what you call a river in the UK?
Well, it's more of a stream. That's a river. Or is that a canal?
That's the River Thurn. That's the stupidest river that I've ever seen. It rises about half a mile or so from the sea, runs inland for 4 miles before turning around, and then 20 miles later getting back to the North Sea at Great Yarmouth.
Right. So it's a bit of a sneaky river then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit daft. It's literally here. The sea is directly to my east when I'm at the river, and it's only I'm less than half a mile from the river. The river runs inland, directly away from the sea.
Andrea said that an old flour mill got put back into service during the malware thing. because the normal mills couldn't keep up with production for some reason. Interesting to know.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, what are we up to now? We've been going for 2.25 hours, so I think we're time for midway stuff. Oh well, we'll do a little bit more next show on either these watermill. Oh, the watermill I think we might look at now. Next time.
I put some things in chat. I don't know if you.
What did you
It's
do?
all them Norfolk microfilms.
What have you got, Finchy?
In the Zoom chat, you can have a gazer.
Yeah, I can grab that.
Last one's best, I reckon.
Last one. Okay, I'll grab that one. Grab that one. I think they've orientated it. Whoa, that's not bad quality because you can zoom in. Obviously, real life image is better, but showing us. Oh, I can't read what that says. Bin flour. Oh,
Bin
that's the
floor.
flour for the bin for the flour, I suppose. You got a man
No,
shaft.
floor.
What do you got a man shaft there for?
So you can go up and down to service it.
Okay. Got a stone nut. Got a. Can't quite read that. What that is there.
Quant.
That
sounds inappropriate.
You got a millstone here. Suppose that'd be 2 mills. It's got 2 millstones then.
I think there's another image. It's in one of those 3, and I think it has a bit more detail as to what on earth is going on.
Quite often, Terry, you'll find when they've got 2 millstones like that, the first one will be a coarse grind, and the second will be the fine grind.
That makes sense.
It just means that the machine can operate somewhat quicker.
It's a bit blurry for me to read it, but roll down.
If you hover your mouse over one, I'll tell you which one it is.
Oh, that's a shear or something there.
Yep.
Centering wheel.
And then centering wheel. Yep. You got your chain wheel and your dead and live curb.
Chain? They wouldn't have a chain in it back then, would they?
Don't know.
Stone vat. Stones here somewhere. Hopper
So
assembly.
that's the milling
There's your
stone
hopper.
size.
Talking about a hopper. And this guy here doing stuff.
Tugging on ropes by the looks of it.
So the ropes probably controlled different cogs and that he could switch, or either to release a cog to stop the works to catch up on things. That's what I have read that.
That's a sack hoist. That's a sack hoist by the looks of the diagram.
Oh, sack hoist. Okay.
Well,
the sacks are here.
Yeah.
And you have the sacks of grain that you take in, and then you have the sacks of flour that you take out. And yeah, you have to lift the sack. You have to lift the sacks of grain that you take in up the mill, so that you can pour them into the top of the grindstones. Because the grain goes, if I remember correctly, the grain goes into the centre of the stones, and then the ground flour comes out of the edges.
So if you look down the bottom, right down the bottom, Terry, it says there's one of the pointers is bins. I'd assume that's the output for the flour that someone would then pick up and put, and then
That's correct.
Is this where he sits when he goes on Facebook?
Yeah. Look at it.
Governor on something. I can't read that.
It either says leafering gear or tendering gear. Hang on, let me have a look on my end. I'll be able to.
Tentering.
Entering, yeah.
Yeah.
You could also get into the stats of production too when we get to the next information about that for next time. How much flowers produced per day, per hour, or whatever. Find all that next time.
Tentering. It's part of the governor, and its purpose in a windmill was to regulate the separation of the millstones to avoid friction when a high wind on the sails was turning the runner stone too fast. The adjustment of the millstones is called tentering.
Mm.
So that's why it was connected to the governor, so that they could adjust the millstones as to how hard they press together.
There you go.
Very clever.
Yeah.
Well, it's got anything to do with being on tenterhooks.
How great are us human beings?
Seen that one. Oh.
Some of us at least.
Those are different levels as well.
There's a few in there.
If I can zoom in any more on that one.
That's where that expression of balls out comes from, of course.
Bugger.
No.
The governor had pivoting arms with balls on the end.
Right.
And when the ball and when the balls come in and out, that's how it adjusts.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's where the expression balls out.
Yeah, exactly the same as a governor on, say, a steam engine or a stationary traction engine.
Yes.
Standard
exactly.
inertial governor. Yeah.
Yep. Balls out.
Do you want me to read the text on the side of that, Terry?
In fact, they use the same principle within a distributor to adjust the dwell angle of the distributor of a car.
Yep. That's true.
Yeah, go for it, Finchy. I can't quite read. I can read it, but it's a bit blurry on mine.
Nearly the same process with a constant speed propeller.
Mm.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
Fairly similar. Yeah,
You
balls out is.
Sorry.
That's whizzing. The next thing after balls out is balls gone.
That sounds painful.
Now, built as a 5-sailor in 1830 by Edward Ingledew, I don't know, of Gainsborough for Michael Hare, a thunderstorm tailwinded the mill, blowing off the cap and sails in 18. I think it's just information about the mill itself.
Looks like it.
Can you stick your mouth in your mic a bit better?
Am I quiet, am I?
Yeah.
Or am I too loud?
No, you're too quiet.
Yeah, sure,
Quiet,
I can do
mate.
that. All right. The Nash family, who owned the mill, sold it to John Pocklington in 1891. That's a great name.
Isn't it just?
Using the cap and sails from the Skirbeck mill in Boston. Pocklington restored the mill as an 8-sailor with the help of local millwright early in 1892. And continued after Pocklington's death in 1941. I can't read that word, but something was removed after it stopped working.
Shutters.
And deteriorated. Yes. So, and looks like it went bust. Sometime in.
Oh, it's in Northamptonshire.
No.
Because Kestervan Council is Northampton, isn't it? I think.
No, it's got to be Lincolnshire, isn't it? Because it said the cap and sails came from the Skirbeck mill in Boston. This is the original Boston in Lincolnshire.
Yes, I knew that. I was sure that Kestervan was a borough in Northamptonshire, sort of Wellingborough, Bristol. So I'm sure Kestervan Council was the council where my parents were living in Irchester, which is
There you
between
go.
Wellingborough and
So let's,
No.
Lincolnshire County Council. Yeah, okay, it is in Lincolnshire.
South
That's really
Kesterton
weird.
is a local district, government district in Lincolnshire. Yeah.
it is between Sleaford and Boston in Lincolnshire. Yeah.
Yeah. South Kesterton includes good old Grantham.
It looks to be south of Heckington.
I bet it also includes Cranwell, doesn't it? That'll be where I've heard it from. Very near Cranwell.
Market Deeping.
I'm sure there must be an
Stamford.
RAF. I'm sure there must be an RAF base in it.
Let's have a look. God, I ain't been out to that part of the world in years. I don't see any airfields.
Closest one might be in Cranwell. Wow, that way.
You finished reading for now.
Sorry?
I said if you finished reading.
That really just sort of covered the history of the windmill without really.
No, didn't give much insight as to the day-to-day operations.
No.
If I go back to the website that I found it on, maybe there'll be something there. Let me just I'll pull it up and I'll give it a skim through and I'll let you know if there is, Terry.
Okay. If it's got any relevant information to do with the workings, but it is getting a bit too modern because you're into the 1800s here.
Yes, it is. It is skimming on the new era of milling.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's the area just north of Peter Bog Horror.
We need. Well, see, with the area that we're covering, got what the.
I mean, there are some very complex designs here.
Yeah.
Well, that's when they developed them more and more before the steam engine came out. See, you got before the steam was utilised. So
the industrial. Have you looked at watermills yet?
not yet, not as yet. No.
We're not going there yet, Finchy.
No, okay. I won't jump ahead then. I won't get excited. Oh, you know, you guys don't know it yet, but I'm a real stickler for watermills.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you at it when we start on that one.
I'll hold it in. Just don't. If you combine watermills and Fleetwood Mac, that's when it really gets interesting.
Watermills and Fleetwood Mac. That's quite a combination.
Ooh. What if we attach Stevie Nicks to a watermill?
I can think of better things to attach Stevie Nicks to. And watermill wasn't on the list.
Farmer, you know how old she'd be now.
I don't care.
70.
I still look at Sigourney Weaver and think, yeah, she might be old enough to be my mother, but oh dear me.
72 she is.
72.
She's not bad, but she's not great in terms of her vocal abilities nowadays.
Yeah, well, she's 72.
Yeah, well,
what do you expect?
I mean, if you look back maybe 10 years ago when she was 62.
The only three movies that I can relate Sigourney Weaver to is Ghostbusters, Aliens, and Galaxy Quest.
yeah, Alien for me was a very pivotal film. Maybe I don't know. I just remember seeing that when I was a young and thinking, yep. She's the only film that ever made me shed a tear was the third Aliens film. I nearly lost a contact lens when she threw herself in the blast furnace at the end. That brought a tear to my eye, and I wiped my eye, and I thought, "Bugger, that's my contact lens on my finger! Oh, quick, get it back in!"
Oh, you're a softie.
Yeah. Oh, come on. She gave us one of the greatest lines ever that you can use for a flat earth in the second one. Did IQ suddenly drop whilst I was away? When she'd been asleep for, what was it, 57 years or wherever it was?
Yeah.
Did IQ suddenly drop? Oh, dear.
Oh, we've got science derp, and we've got quiz. So I can either do the quiz tonight, unless Pip wants to volunteer to do it again, or somebody else wants to do it.
Oh, I take it back. She's slightly younger than my mum.
What was that again, Terry? I missed that. Actually, I'll just watch
we're
the stream.
just
So,
working
yeah.
out working out our next section. We've got science derp, and then a little quiz to go, and then we'll find some shield videos to play, and hopefully we've got a story to finish off with. I haven't even checked for that.
There is a quiz there, though tonight. Yes.
Well, we've got this. I don't know what quiz we'll use. We'll work that out.
Oh, we can only. There's always the avenue of Kahoot, Terry.
I'm sitting here muted. I've been talking back to Terry for like 5 minutes.
Oh, we've all done that. Why is nobody paying any attention to me? Oh, bugger.
You bloody ignoring me. I'm going to cry.
Ah, stop your crying, you wuss.
Yeah, stop your whinging.
I thought we were going to try the other thing.
Were we?
Kahoot.
Oh, the other
No.
thing.
Don't
No,
do
we'll do that. We'll do that in an in-between.
Because I could share my screen, surely. So
I thought we might try that in an in-between one for practice. That way we're not doing it so late.
Okay.
Saturday, Monday night.
So Terry.
Tomorrow night.
When are we playing Flurfer Monopoly, Terry?
Flurfer Monopoly.
Shut that down there. I might have a go running it in my Discord later. Nobody wants to. Just to see if I can get it working.
So what's the plan, Stan?
For Trivia Questions Australia.
Ready for some science derp, are you, Terry?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the trivia stuff. When you're ready for that.
Okay, I'll do some science derp then.
Cool.
It's not all completely derp, but yeah.
Yeah.
But they're pretty
Science
derpy.
funny, I think is.
Well,
Science funny is, I think, is more the case, isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes I put a bit of seriousness in there, though. So there's a few bits in there today that are different. All right, I'll share my screen. Just let me know when it's being shared.
Yeah, while I go and make a coffee while you're doing that.
I'll try that again.
Yeah, okay.
Is that being shared?
Yes.
Yeah. The importance of stupidity in scientific research. It's actually quite a serious article. It's not so derpy at all. I'd like to read just this bottom bit here because I think it has a lot to do with what we should be behaving like. It says, productive stupidity means being ignorant by choice. Focusing on important questions puts us in the awkward position of being ignorant. One of the beautiful things about science is it allows us to bumble along, getting it wrong time after time, and feel perfectly fine as long as we learn something each time. No doubt this can be difficult for students who are accustomed to getting the answers right. No doubt reasonable levels of confidence and emotional resilience help, but I think scientific education might do more to ease what is a very big transition from learning what other people have discovered to making your own discoveries. The more comfortable we become with being stupid, the deeper we will wade into the unknown and the more likely we are to make big discoveries. All that applies really quite equally to both sides, flat earthers and ballers. The only bit that the flat earthers don't get is learn from your mistakes. Yeah.
And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Learn from what other people have done.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. So in science, it's okay to be wrong and it's okay to make mistakes. And you have to be kind of stupid to ask questions that you want answered. So there you go. All right, the next one that I've got come up. Heart rate and body temperature responses to extreme heat and humidity with and without electric fans. So some guy's gone and done a study and seeing basically if an electric fan will help cool you down.
Blimey.
Yeah. Statistical analysis reveals Mexican drug war increased homicide rates. No shit.
No shit, sure.
Yeah.
Middle-aged congenital heart disease survivors may need some special care.
Or do you think? You
But
think?
like, did they really need to do research to find that out? Scientists uncover a difference between the sexes.
A difference?
Is there? There's a difference.
just the
Oh,
one.
now you tell me.
They weren't looking very hard, were they?
Why Spider-Man can't exist. Geckos are the size limit for sticking to walls. I actually want to read that paper.
Yeah.
Because it seems as what they're saying there is that there is actually a size limit for stickiness to wall type things that you can't be too big.
Yeah.
And they say that the gecko is about the limit of the size you can be.
That's the same
can't be
thing as
correct.
that's the same as that ant thing, where an ant or an insect can lift so much its body mass compared to something bigger.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But didn't someone climb up the side of the Burj Khalifa?
Yeah, but not with his own stickiness.
That was
No, that would be
like
inappropriate.
suction. That was like suction cups and
he had
a
additional
built-on air compressor to actually cause the suction
Yeah,
and all this
So-
other stuff that he had to do to make it work.
He didn't do it by licking his hands and slapping them on the window, you know.
It leave a bit of a it leave a bit of a trail of a particular small insect.
All right, next we've got playing Tetris decreases drug and other cravings in real-world settings. Not only did they determine that it decreased drug cravings, but it also decreased things like alcohol, nicotine, caffeine, sex, exercise, and gaming.
No.
So if you're a Tetris player, I'm sorry, but you got a boring life pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else have we got here? Liberals and conservatives react in wildly different ways to repulsive pictures. So these guys have come up with a method of determining whether you're liberal or conservative depending on how you react to certain pictures.
Right.
There you go. Now, the other things I've got aren't really derpy scientific papers, but I thought they were worth looking at anyway. I like this one. The name's Bond, ionic bond.
Oh,
Taken,
clever.
not shared.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
Yeah.
And then we've got 2 bits of water having a meal at a restaurant. Sorry, I thought a joke would break the tension.
Yeah, like that one. That's clever.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got
I don't get
that.
it.
You don't
You
get
don't get
it.
it?
You don't get it.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
that
get
one.
I don't get any of these.
Let's just say the joke was so funny they wet themselves.
Yeah, this is a very sciencey joke, this one. Does anyone know what this is related to? Obviously,
Yeah.
DNA,
Yes.
the 4 bases. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Hey, ladies, take my number. 6.0221415 times 10 to the power of 23. Who would that be?
I can't
Anyone
remember.
know? Avogadro. Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Avogadro. Yay.
Yes.
There you go. And I thought this one was cute too. Different chemical elements, like you've got Toblerone, the own on the end being a chemical thing, and he's got the chemical symbol for owns there. And then you've got Toblerol.
Yeah.
You've got Tobleroxylic acid. You've got methyl tobleroate. You've got ethyl tobleramide and dimethyl ether. Ditobleryl ether. I thought that was good too.
That's very clever.
Now, the last thing I've got for you, just to lead us into the quiz, is all right. Go, fellas. Start the quiz. Who have we got here?
Albert.
All right, Albert who?
Einstein.
That's
First one.
Einstein.
So it's Einstein. There you go. You've got one.
Next to him, of course, is Isaac Newton.
Okay.
Yeah, they're easy ones.
Newton. There you go. You've got Newton.
And then that's Mary Curie next to Isaac Newton.
Curie.
Yes,
there you go.
yeah.
Going good so far.
Nikola Tesla.
Tesla. There you go.
Oh, well, if we're doing them in any old order at all, that's Charles Darwin.
Yeah.
Under Einstein.
Yeah, and then we got, is that Shakespeare?
No.
And you got,
Shakespeare's not
you got,
one of
you
them.
got
One of them.
Neil
Neil
deGrasse
deGrasse
Tyson in the bottom
Tyson.
right-hand corner.
Shakespeare, it's the scientist Shakespeare. Of course.
Morton Saviour. All hail Sagan.
Yeah, Carl Sagan down the bottom there.
Yeah.
All hail Sagan.
Hawking.
Professor Stephen Hawking.
Hawking. Yep.
What does that be in black and white?
It's going to get harder and harder. It's going to get harder and harder soon.
Who's the bus next to him? That's one of the Greek ones, isn't it? That's
Is that Socrates?
No, that's
Aristotle.
Is that Aristarchus? Is that Pete's favourite?
Well done, Terry.
Aristotle.
No.
I'm pretty sure Copernicus is on there.
Henry Watts in the middle there. No.
Edison.
Edison, is it?
Edison.
Who's the guy with the puffy neck thing?
Oh,
that's a rough.
He's an astronomer, I can tell you that.
I was going to say, isn't one of them Copernicus?
No.
No.
Kepler.
Kepler. Well
Out of
done.
the hat solve.
Oh, blimey. We're going to run out of time at this rate.
I could have put it on stopwatch, but I thought 4 minutes is long
No,
enough.
I can't. Oh,
So you could cheat. You could Google guy with beard.
I'll be there all day long.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, who's that bloke above Tyson? Who on earth? I'm not even sure I've even seen that photo before.
Oh, he's very, very famous in chemistry.
Oh, there you go. I don't do chemistry.
The answers are coming up in the peanut gallery.
Hell, who would that be?
Who we got?
Well,
Yeah, that's a good all. I'll put that in. Goodall, Jane Goodall.
Who's she?
Who else we got in there?
Who's
She was the
Goodall?
one that studied the gorillas.
Oh, was that
Yeah,
gorillas in
so-
this job?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was her.
No, that was Sigourney Weaver. That's in the film.
Galileo?
We've got
From the side chat. Yeah, I was going to say before.
Yeah.
I think
Kepler?
more.
What about Kepler? Oh no, you just got Kepler.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
Kepler in there.
Yeah.
Not Rutherford. No.
I don't know.
No, you got 15 seconds left to go. Come on, the guy that dropped the balls from the tower.
Galileo.
Is that one there, Bella? Yeah.
There you go. So it was Galileo Galilei, Alexander Graham Bell, and Dmitry Mendeleev that you didn't get.
Oh, I have. Yeah, I have heard.
We were saying Galileo over and over.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that.
Well, of course, his real name's Galileo Figaro Magnifico.
This isn't bad.
I will not let him go.
All right,
Have
there you go.
Have you been through this before to know what's next? For the next quiz, was just images of people you have to guess.
No, I haven't. Do you want me to go to the? do you want me to go to the next one?
Yeah, go to the next
I
one.
don't know.
See
It could
what-
be an
see what we
interesting
get.
one.
Can you name the scientists by a haiku?
Haiku. Oh, blimey.
Oh, here we go. I can't read any of that. Oh, here we go. It's getting better.
Is that big enough for you now?
Yeah.
Big boy.
Oh no.
Oh.
Einstein again for the top one.
Okay, that's pretty easy.
Yeah,
You're gonna let the peanuts play?
I think that's a problem with this sort of game. I don't think it really works, does it?
No.
Yeah.
Should we wait 15 seconds for the peanuts to get
30 seconds actually.
Get there.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds.
I've got the other one on the top row is
Franklin.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, we've just had half of these, haven't we?
We have.
The next one down is Watson. Benjamin Franklin.
Yep. James Watson. Yep. Someone says Darwin in the chat.
Yeah, he had a theory, evolution's real.
Yeah.
He said he even wrote a book.
Yuri in the chat as well. Yeah. Pasture.
Pasteur.
I
Louis
think he
Pasteur.
means pasture.
He's been put out to pasture. Yeah.
Where's the question for that?
All right. Who's the
No,
Tanzanian
he's not
chimpanzee
there.
expert?
Hey, I don't think he's there.
Huh?
The question's not there.
The chimpanzee expert, that'd be good all again, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
Tesla is
Dora wants to know, is Mendeleev is the periodic person?
Mendeleev?
He the periodic table, 1864?
He is. He is. Yep.
Like slavery. Death said it's like slavery.
Maxwell.
I don't know that one.
Yep. Maxwell's
That's right,
equations.
Maxwell.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Let there be light.
Somebody discovered
No,
electrolysis, benzene.
that was the bomb in Dark Star.
Someone's got Turing too. Turing. Yeah, there you
Good
go.
old Alan.
Where was
Yeah.
Turing's for?
He was a crypto analyst.
Oh,
The Turing.
Okay.
Yeah, he was.
That's where the
he
Turing
was one
test
of the
comes
early
from.
computer- Yes, that's a Turing test.
Yes.
Unfortunately committed suicide.
Okay, so we
Yes, well,
Laws of motion, that would be Newton.
Okay, discovered electrolysis, benzene, and yeah. Wait a minute, death. We haven't got the ones here yet. Vinci, where's Da Vinci? Da Vinci's not there anywhere.
No, Da Vinci's not right.
Ah,
Socrates, someone's put.
Plato.
Socrates himself was permanently pissed.
No.
Didn't do
Socrates is not
Plato,
an answer.
Socrates. No, okay.
Ah, lovely little thing about a bugger when he's pissed.
I know the lady physicist and I can't remember her bloody name.
Gravity
I know it
didn't.
too.
Gravity didn't.
That's
Faraday.
what I programmed about recently.
Gravity didn't Faraday do electrolysis?
There you go. You got it in just in time. And the other ones were Aristotle and Lise Meitner.
Oh, the Faraday cage bloke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had enough of that?
Yeah, that was good. That one.
Yeah, I used to go to Faraday House quite a bit.
A bit
Have you
above
got-
my pay grade. Most of the.
What's the punch on button? Do we get to throw hands in the car park? Do we?
The what?
No, that's a
the
play
button
another.
next to the play
That's
another.
the version of the game where you play somebody else.
I have no idea.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
You play another person or something.
Oh,
Go to the next one.
Yeah.
next quiz.
Well, that could be bloody science.
Can you name the heavenly bodies
None.
and astronomical terms based on a haiku description?
I doubt it very much.
I hope they're not all like this.
Again.
Depends how hard they are.
What?
Shall we wait
Yep.
another 20 seconds or so for the
No.
All right.
Could you just drag the bottom of your window down a bit so we can actually see all of the haikus? Because I mean, you're just chopping off the bottom a little bit.
I think that's the best I can do. Is that better?
No, I mean actually make your window, make the,
leave it there,
the
leave it there,
window itself
perfect.
larger.
I don't think he can change the size of the window.
I can't do that. Alan. What I can do is make the whole thing a little bit smaller, but
And it's
then
too
if
small.
I do that,
It's too small.
I think
Can you
it's
still read
Zoom
that?
that limits it.
can you still read that?
Yes.
Yeah, just
Yeah, just
we can
about.
just read it if it's
Yeah.
full screen to everyone
Ju-
else. Yeah.
Yeah. If I single it out as the biggest thing ever. Hang on. Oh, here we go. I can read it now.
All right.
Half.
So what do we got? So we've got some answers in the chat already coming up. Parsec.
Ryan's
Parsec.
Right.
Raquel Welsh.
If
Beetlejuice.
they were
bet she's not
numbered,
the
it'd make
answer.
it easier for the peanuts, wouldn't it?
Halley's
There you
Comet,
go. Halley's Comet.
Milky Way.
Oh, I'll get the Oasis one.
Way.
Supernova.
Oh, I thought it was going to be
Supernova?
Wonderwall.
Champagne Wonderwall. In a champagne supernova.
Swarf Planet. I think Dora means dwarf planet, doesn't she?
It's made of swarf.
Supernova, I like that.
Yeah.
Dwarf Planet. There we go.
Polaris.
Polaris.
Oh, shit, I know. Oh, Pulsar. The real spin doctor.
So there you go.
The Pleiades, is that one of them? Don't ask me how you spell it.
Like
That's how you
that.
spell it. Yeah, that's it. That's
Somebody's
the
got a
kiddy.
nebula somewhere there.
Nebula?
Sirius.
Why so
What?
serious?
Serious?
Sirius. Right star.
Serious?
Oh yes,
There
the
you go.
Nebula Awards. Yeah.
Serious? You're
Yeah.
not joking.
Why so serious?
Well, the Sirius one very well outlines Sirius Black, doesn't it?
Yeah, it says Gryffindor Animagus. Yep.
Come on, you should be able to get the Enya's 91 album one.
Oh yeah, because we're all into Enya.
Yeah, right.
Jesus wept.
Is there a Fleetwood Mac in here?
Andromeda for the first one, I think. Andromeda, is it?
I'm trying to remember me Jovian moons.
We'll make it Andromache. I don't know.
Can't mistake. You think Titan's bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Banana
Centaurus.
Star.
Alpha Centauri, yeah.
What?
I'm just reading the Peanuts. Broomfondle said Bernard Star, but I don't know what that one's for.
Mercury?
No, it's not.
It was Barnard's star.
Mercury is not an answer.
Mm.
Oh, sorry, Death. Death can't read any of them. What do you mean you can't read any of them? You should get them at full screen on YouTube. Unless you're on a phone.
What's a Jovian moon that's bigger than
Yeah,
Titan?
I don't know.
We've got 2 minutes.
Neptune.
Blue said he's got a new video. Blue, we'll play that in a little while when we do the shield the video.
Oh, that's quite good, that one. Yeah.
Not Neptune. That.
What?
It's not Neptune.
Okay, let me take a stab at the Jovian moon because I can remember a few of them.
Jupiter? Yeah.
I think me and
One
Blue are the
more.
only two that don't know this.
Titan's bigger than this Jovian moon.
Me neither, Terry.
Ganymede.
All the three of us then.
Try Ganymede.
I'm just making noises on the occasion.
Okay.
There you go. You're done.
Oh,
All right.
I kept saying Ganymede.
Give
Well, we got it
yourselves
eventually.
a pat on the back.
There you go. All right. Next section.
Where's some
What do you-
general knowledge questions for us normal people?
Yeah, what's
Well,
going on? I'm
who's-
feeling left
who's-
out.
Well, has someone got some general knowledge questions ready?
I
So these
usually
ones-
think
these
you
ones-
want 100
these ones
questions
seem to
on
be all
Fleetwood
science
Mac,
ones
don't you?
then, by the look of it.
Yeah, find a quiz all about Fleetwood Mac and
Oh,
Finch
yeah,
will be
right.
very happy.
I'll get every single one in about. I reckon I can do it in 30 seconds, and I do accept that challenge if it comes up.
Only you can find me a quiz on German military inventions of World War II.
What was the meal they all had on their third concert?
Bacon and eggs.
How about some
several lines of
Australian
Coke.
questions? For
No,
the
it was
Peanuts?
all Coke and alcohol.
Yeah.
How many
Bacon and
questions
eggs.
have I got here?
No.
No.
They were all.
No,
14.
no.
With a glug, glug, glug.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Bacon and eggs.
So you I've got 30.
Evening bacon
Three.
and eggs.
I've got 33, 34 questions, and they're all Australian related.
Oh, that
Ooh.
sounds good.
There better be some Holden questions in there.
Oh yeah, that
Don't
sounds
you know?
brilliant. Yeah. What?
Funny Australian
Let's do
trivia
that, Terry.
questions and
Come on.
answers.
All right, throw them at us. Let's go.
So if we know the answer, we type it internally. And,
Yeah.
the Peanuts type it out there. So I'll wait till the Peanuts start answering, and then I can go across to the internal to see who got it right. Okay, question 1. What is a bushman's clock? I have to wait till the Peanuts catch up as well.
Whatever. His mate's
That's your
watch.
answer, you're wrong.
Where are we supposed to know?
You got to think Australian.
Bloody
You got to think Australian. You
I can't
got to
think
think
Australian.
outside the box.
Look, I spent several years working for a company whose catchline was that we think inside the box.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, because we made
Oh.
plant rooms. So
Oh.
everything went inside the box.
Oh, we got a correct answer already from Miro.
Oh, I was hoping it was
And
from me, Terry.
nobody in the peanut in the internal. Miro got it right. Kookaburra.
Yep.
Okay.
What the time sponsored by Kookaburra is?
I don't. That's just the question. What is a bushman's clock?
Kookaburras always make their call first up in the morning, so they go off like an alarm clock.
Mm.
The ones over here are completely useless, Peter.
That's your problem. Change the batteries.
Okay.
I'm
Chicken?
going to change my ammunition.
Chicken.
Yeah, chicken.
Okay. Yeah, Kookaburra laughing.
Bloody.
That's the one. Right.
The
two
window
questions.
winder just broke off my window.
What's that, Blue?
I said, can you eat them?
Yes, you can. It kind of tastes like a mixture between kangaroo and koala, though, with feathers.
Yeah. Okay.
Feathers.
Well, if you can eat them, that's good. If you can't eat them and they wake you up, kill them.
Okay. Question 2. Which former Australian Prime Minister set a beer drinking world record? So which former Australian Prime Minister set a beer drinking world record?
Don't know any. Might as well just sit here and sit my hands.
Aye.
No, the Prime Minister, Dora, not the beer. We wouldn't drink that shit anyway.
Oh.
In fact, that's probably a good time
Miro
to go and make
again.
another cup of tea.
Okay, who was first in the peanut internal? Peter. Peter and Miro got it right.
Yeah, but I got the spelling all wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
that's
But
why
you were
I
fir-
win.
Yeah, but you were first. Miro was first in the peanuts. Okay, question 3. Okay, what is the more common slang term for fish frighteners? I've never heard of these sayings. Never heard of them.
If you've never heard them, we've got absolutely no chance then, have we?
Or you just think of Australian sayings and it might come to you.
Not Australian, how can it?
So what is the more common slang term for fish frighteners? The clue's in the question because it's a 2-word question, 2 words, so it might be a 2-word answer. Frighteners. So something that frightens fish. No.
I don't think we're going to get it even with all your little clues there, Terry.
2-word answer. Oh, somebody in the internals coming through. Waiting for the peanuts. Any more answers?
Oh, that was definitely a Google job. I'm calling
I
that
bet
out.
not be.
No.
Okay.
No, it wasn't a Google job. I absolutely promise you that.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for another couple of...
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, then.
Hang on, you just called him out for it.
Sorry, my name's Karen.
Go see the manager.
John didn't spell it. John didn't spell it right in the peanut gallery, but it's supposed to be smugglers, budgie smugglers.
Speed 8.
Yeah. Okay. And Victor got it right in the internal. So budgie smugglers. Okay. Oh, a lot of people are not going to know. And oh, this one's interesting. I didn't know that. Before being named Melbourne, what was the city known as?
Oh, jeez. Yeah. I'm not even going to try because he's already got it, hasn't he?
Somebody in the internal, yes.
Yep.
But not. Yeah, you had to correct it. Corrected it. Yeah.
Yeah.
John Rapp says, what? Before being named Melbourne, what was the city known as?
Fleetwood Mac.
The name relates to a movie or a TV show.
There might be a bay named after it as well.
Okay.
And an avenue.
What, electric?
Mads out there.
Holy smokes,
Something
Robin.
Bay. No, not Bay.
Who was it? What was the band that did Electric Avenue? Because I can never bloody remember.
It's coming to me. Hang on.
Did you Google John Rapp? Okay, so John Rapp and Victor got it right. Batmania.
Yes.
Weird name, that one.
And there's an avenue right along the Yarra there that's named after it too.
Eddie
Batman
Grant.
Now I probably
You Googled that, didn't you?
I had to because I could picture him and I couldn't remember his bloody name. I got the song in my head and everything, but I just couldn't remember what his bloody name was.
Does anyone know what the initials LBJ stand for?
I can think of one or two, but I don't think they're appropriate.
Well, I know it was an American vice president until his president got murdered, and then he became president.
Yes.
Lyndon Baines Johnson.
All the way with LBJ.
No, it stands for long blowjob.
Yeah,
no, it's not Batmania. Miro. So the question is, which Aussie promised to, inverted commas, go all the way with LBJ? So we know the time period. We'd have to think of the time period.
Jesus Christ, Terry, come on.
Well, these are all Australian related.
I suppose would that be related to the Vietnam War by any chance?
Yeah, I would. It would have to be because
you guys fought in that.
Great supporter of it.
Yes.
I'm just going to kangaroo for everything. Kangaroo.
Well, I have to run off into the distance and steal some fairy penguins. So I'll see everyone around. All right.
Right,
Finchy.
Farewell.
Anybody?
Live long and fester.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Paul Hogan.
Well, John Rapp put a question mark next to his answer, and Miro's got the full name, but nobody in the internal got it. So it's Harold Holt.
Never heard of him.
Okay.
He went for a swim and never came back.
He went for a swim and never came back. Yeah.
We had one of them as well.
There's a whole heap of there's a whole heap of myth and conjecture between why he disappeared, because it was around that magical time when there were submarines possibly floating in and outside of the harbour there, and one of the rumours was the Japanese picked him up and stuck him in a submarine and took him away. Realistically, he just had a skin full of alcohol, went for a swim, passed out in the water, and the sharks most likely took his body away and never brought it back.
That would do it.
That sounds like more like the real story.
Yeah.
Now I've got no idea about this next one either.
And back in those times as well, before the harbour got quite polluted, you quite often get the great whites sneaking in at night time to clean up anything that was in there as well. So
now this one I don't know of either, but somebody might know it in the peanuts. Aussie people probably. What is Aussie slang for a four-wheel drive that has never been driven off-road and is typically driven in the inner city? I could probably think of some humorous answers for that one.
Well, I know what we call them.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got several titles over here.
Okay.
Chelsea tractors.
And you definitely didn't Google the answer internally?
No,
I didn't. No, I know that.
No.
Yeah, I spelled it
No.
wrong first, but yeah, I know
it
what it
doesn't
is.
matter.
Yeah.
No, I think
It's-
you spelled it right the
it's-
first time.
No, I forgot the T.
Ah.
That's actually a place in Melbourne, Terry.
Mad B said the Chelsea tractor. So that's
That would be the equivalent.
Yeah,
Chelsea
that's what we
chariots,
call them.
yuppie trucks. Yeah, I think my
Bush Basher.
Mondeo's done more
Shopping
off-roading
cart.
than most of it.
Yeah.
I think
So the
90% of
British
bicycles are
version's
more
a
off-road.
Chelsea tractor. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to get it out there by the look of it. Nah. Nah.
Well,
Nah.
yeah.
Nah, you're not
Yeah.
getting it. Internally, it's the Touareg tractor. Victor got that first. The Peanuts had the obvious other version. Okay. Alright. Next question. When an Aussie tried selling New Zealand on eBay, what was the starting price? When an Aussie tried selling New Zealand on eBay, what was the starting price?
That was Isaac Butterfield. He tried to sell it, didn't he?
Oh, there was been more than that though.
Probably $1.
Fish and chips and a good night out.
Well, you're wrong so far.
So what was that last question, Terry? I was having a pee.
Okay. When an Aussie tried selling New Zealand on eBay, what was the starting price? 73 HQ Kingswood, no. No, you're all wrong so far.
Well, no, it's just not the answer that you've got, that's all.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Isaac did start it at $1.
Not the yeah. Well, the answer I've got here is not that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But realistically, they should have paid the people $10 to take it away.
Okay. Now going by all the answers, okay. I think they're all in. Nobody internally got it. 1 cent was meant to be the starting price by the answer I've got here.
I didn't think eBay took cents.
I know, that's why I couldn't figure it out. Okay,
Yeah.
question 8. With the 5,000 kilometre long dingo fence, Australia has the longest fence in the world. What else does it have the longest of? Eh? No, it's not wet, farmer. A little bit drier than that.
Yeah, it's quite dry over here. Yeah.
No, the answer's a bit more drier than the answer to that answer. But the answer's too wet. Yeah, to the question is, do people bid for it? No, I don't know the rest of the story, Spacey. Choo-choo train track? No. Straight road? No. Longest coastline? No. I ain't touching that. I ain't touching that one. Okay. Say the question again for Spacey. Okay, just for Spacey. With 5,000 kilometre long dingo fence, Australia has the longest fence in the world. What else does it have the longest of? The Great Divide Ranges? No. Longest jet
Oh,
ski
hang
race?
on.
There's long-winded explanations for simple things.
Criminal record. Stingray. Winded explanations for simple things. Hey, who are you talking about? Oh, Pip.
Yeah, that's true.
It is true.
Okay, got nothing close to being right there. Okay, then looks like no, give up. We have the
Clive,
longest.
that's just right.
Okay, give up. We have the longest golf course in the world.
Oh,
Bloody
that's
golf.
right.
Get anywhere near that one. Okay.
A sport more boring than
Yeah.
cricket.
Oh no, nothing's more boring than cricket.
Yes, there is. Golf.
Terry, beaten the emus in the war yet? Or are you still losing?
I've got no idea about that.
Oh no, tennis is quite boring as well.
Okay,
and the Olympics, that's boring.
Well,
It'd be different if it was all about. It'd be different if it was all about England, though, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, of course
I
it would
couldn't- I couldn't
be.
give it-
Or America. Imagine doing
Yeah,
these quizzes are always about America all the time.
I wouldn't get questions about England.
Okay.
Don't make me.
Question 9. Australia was the second country in the world to give women the vote. Who was the first? Australia was the second country in the world to give women the vote. Who was the first?
It's Mad listening in Discord.
I don't know where Mad is. I haven't heard him.
Because his answers are coming.
Yes, he's listening in Discord.
Oh, he's over. Is he cheating?
Yes, he's in Discord.
He's doing a mippet.
Oh,
Okay.
I see we have a correct answer in the peanut gallery.
Yeah. I'm going to fix Mad. You watch.
No.
Sorry, Mad. You can't cheat.
Pardon me. Oh, happy the
I
coffee.
can hear. I'll be able to hear him, but I won't be able to hear us. Okay. Answers come through. Who was first? Oh,
Dora.
Dora was first, and Alan. Okay, New Zealand. Oh shit! I'm not even going to try to read that one. Okay, this one's probably just a number guess. I'll take the closest number because I don't think
42.
there's to the answer. How long would it take to visit every beach in Australia if you could only visit one per day? So there's a number for an answer. So
One. It's just one.
and I'll give a
big beach.
clue. It's in years. Makes it easier. Oh, Mad's mic's broken.
Oh yeah.
So's his mouse.
Oh no, that means we won't be able to hear him.
Yeah, but he can't hear us.
Oh well.
Okay. Anyone else in the internal chat?
660.
Anyone in the internal going to give us a number for years?
Uh-huh.
I've only got 1, 2, 3 answers. All right. Okay. Okay. Who's the closest in the internal? That's that one. That's that one. I don't know how many days is 1362 days is, Peter. Are you using the 4 or use as your answer? Okay.
Oh, you said I had to change it to years, didn't I?
Yeah. The answer's in years. It made it easier. Okay. First answer was deaths. No. Peter G. Warm. Oh. G's warm. Mippet, you can't say over, but you're wrong. 43 for casual. 33 for Professor Pineapple. Okay, so Professor Pineapple and Peter G were the closest, and Farmer's Boy internal. Not Farmer. Elmo actually. Elmo was closer. 29.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was just prattling about with 33.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. Number 12. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Why was Australian football invented? Why was Australian football invented? Just think
Because we're
about it.
jealous and
Just think
yeah.
about our sporting history, and then it should give you a clue. To beat the Poms and to run away from kangaroos.
Drunkenness.
Too lazy to kick the ball.
No.
I thought they did kick
it. Okay, then it looks like we're getting an answer, but the rest of them are wrong. No one's copying someone else's answers yet.
Couldn't work out
looks,
table tennis.
Oh,
It's technically difficult, yeah.
Okay. For practicing escape. Yes, Sean. Okay, who was first? Miro. Miro was first with the correct answer. So cricketers can exercise through winter time.
Mira's googling.
Well, no, he came up pretty quick with the answer. I was watching it coming through.
Lag.
Okay.
I'm sure my chat is behind for some reason.
Which chat where, Alan?
My peanut gallery chat.
No, the chat shouldn't be behind it.
Because Terry keeps reading answers out before they appear on my. And I'm definitely because I'm actually using the studio watch page to look at it.
That's probably why you're behind then.
Okay. That's what I just said. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no Google. That's right, Miro. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, question 13. Does Australia or Switzerland's Alps receive more snow? So does Australia or Switzerland's Alps receive more snow? No, not the Alps, Hans, Peter. The question is Australia or New Zealand. Yeah.
They're both Alps, you nonghead.
Oh, shut up. Yeah. So which Alps? Australia's Alps or
No, I was talking to Peter.
Oh, yeah. Australia or Switzerland? Which Alps receive more snow? Well, we seem to have a consensus in the peanut gallery, and no one else internal.
Well,
You're wrong, Peter. You're wrong, Peter. So it is Australia.
Yes, I got a point at last.
Alright, okay. Oh, okay. Question 14. What is the highest grossing...
Bugger all with you.
What is the highest grossing Australian movie? I think it was your Australian movies, and which is the highest grossing? Death, were you right? Or what did you answer? Sid Vicious? What's that got to do with it?
Sid Vicious.
What? I had to scroll back up to find out what he was talking about. Farmer, you're wrong. Peter, you're wrong. Pip, you're wrong.
I know I am.
Oh.
That's what it should be.
Was it that one?
That's why there's an LOL at the end.
Nope.
Oh, that film.
No, you're wrong.
That film was crap.
We made movies. Of course we made movies, Bog. Shame on you.
Movies anybody else in the world ever heard of.
Okay. Who was the first person to get the right answer in the Peanuts? Dora.
Please don't say it was Crocodile Dundee.
Dora was first. Crocodile Dundee.
I thought that was too obvious.
Yeah, well, there you go. You should have read the obvious.
Maybe so is Ned Kelly.
Okay. Don't know who that is. Don't want that one by. Oh, okay. Maybe some people might know this one. What was the design of the Sydney Opera House inspired by? Not who did it. What was the inspiration behind the design? Nope. Nope.
It's one of those things I used to know but have forgotten. No doubt sorting a documentary or something somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Australian made, Fred.
The one I put in actually the thing in
Dome.
Glasgow.
Dora said the dome.
Yes, EC3 in Glasgow's called that.
Soft on the inside, crunchy on the outside.
No, not Viking ships. Not sails.
No.
I don't think we're gonna. It doesn't look like you're gonna get it. You're cold as anything. You're nowhere near the answer.
So
No. Looks like he's
ayahuasca.
Looks like he's bombed out.
No, well.
Yeah, you're bombed out. None of those answers.
So, okay.
The artist was tripping on acid at the time. Nope. This is as cold as anything. I tell you, not even in the right category of where the answer is.
I said that, Dark Man. That's wrong.
No.
That's the ICCC.
You're going to keep guessing, but it looks like you're getting warm. Easter eggs, sort of in the ballpark in some context, to do with shape, I suppose. Okay. Grimfondle, I'm going to have to give it to you because, in the context of this, to do with the answer, to do with the shape, to do with. No, you can't really use that one either. No, I wouldn't use that. No, I couldn't use Easter eggs. That's not right either. But it's getting close. Okay, when I say the answer, you'll get what it is. An orange.
Huh?
Huh? An orange.
What's that?
It's inspired by an orange. That's what it's. That's the question.
It had many inspirations though.
Orange.
That's what it said. An orange. Yeah.
It's not what I recall seeing.
That's yeah. No, it's right, but he had more than one inspiration. Though.
Yeah.
I'd looked it up on Google because I didn't have no idea. And it says no. I looked it up on Google after I'd done that. Right?
Yeah.
And it says the design of the Sydney Opera House was inspired by nature, its forms, functions, and colours. Utzon was influenced by his designs by bird wings, the shape and form of clouds, shells, walnuts, and palm trees.
That's completely wrong. This bloody question.
Yeah. I don't know who wrote your.
I don't know. I don't know who wrote.
I actually watched the.
That's an American, doco. I reckon. American writes these questions.
I actually watched the doco probably about 4 months ago, and his initial inspiration came from peeling open an orange. However, then his design was further influenced by those by the bird's wings and clouds and seashells and walnuts and that. But the initial inspiration was by opening an orange, because I can remember that from the doco.
Okay. I'm going to believe Peter. Sorry, Omo.
No. Well, no. It's but he's still got influence from all those other
Yeah.
things, though. So it's a bit of ambiguous question, I think.
Yeah.
He could make his bloody mind up.
Okay, question 17. What unexpected animal does Australia export to Saudi Arabia? Oh, we're flying in the internal in here.
Yeah.
What's the peanuts going to come up with? What unexpected animal does Australia export to Saudi Arabia?
Oh,
Snakes. Not snakes. Dora.
Penguins.
Big spiders.
Oh, not sheep. Okay, looks like we got an
Yeah,
answer. We get the answers are coming flying through now. Yes, camel. And Peter G was in the peanut gallery, and Pip in the internal first. Okay. I didn't know this one. This one's interesting. Okay, question. What are we up to? 18. Not many to go now. What national Australian landmark has its own mailbox? A duck. What's a duck got to do with it? What are you going about, Sean?
Sean's still in there.
He's still back on. Okay. Convicts.
What was the question again, Terry?
Oh, sorry. What national Australian landmark has its own mailbox? Dora says Uluru. No. Edamanga Pub.
No.
No.
I said Uluru too.
No. What have we got in the internal? No. 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 Can't answer twice, Pip.
Well, I can have a bloody good go.
Yeah, but I'm taking your first answer. Sorry.
Which means my second one's right.
I'm not telling you which one's right, but I have to tell you. I have to take your first answer.
Right then.
Sean, you're not being rude, I hope. So what national Australian landmark has its own mailbox? And I'll just say Terry's house. Okay. Pip, no, it's not Uluru. It's not the big pineapple. It's not Uluru, not big pineapple. Okay. Looks like we're going to be giving up. No one's getting it. Even though Pip did say it in a second answer. The Great Barrier Reef.
A bit soggy sounding letters there, but didn't it?
Yeah. Right. Question 19. Are there more kangaroos or humans in Australia?
It had to be answer one of the questions, surely.
So, are there more kangaroos or humans in Australia?
Depends
Terry's chocolate
on the time
orange.
of
What do
year.
you mean Terry's chocolate orange?
Hey?
What?
How far behind is he?
I don't
Here we
know.
go. Dartman.
Dartman's going back to the Opera House question.
Yeah.
Refresh your
It's
YouTube.
true.
Refresh your YouTube page, Dartman.
He won't know unless someone types it out there
Yeah,
for
I
him.
know. Oh, I've got to scroll back up, otherwise I'm going to miss the first person. Where are we? Okay, there.
Oh no, he's caught up.
No, it's not a trick question. Spiders. No, that's the one. John Rapp. And then Sean Hawkins. Yeah, or Kangas, yeah. John Rapp, Ruse. And Pip, kangaroos. Okay. Question. I don't know. 21. Oh, hey? Oh, okay. That's the answer. Of the 25 deadliest snakes in the world, how many are found in Australia? So, out of 25 deadliest snakes in the world, how many of them are found in Australia? Okay, what are we getting in the internal? Oh, too low, Peter.
Ditto blue. He thought I was polite.
Dora said 30 out of the 25. No, more death, not enough.
Just tell me when to stop, Terry.
Farmers is pretty close. Oh, you're going to keep counting. Okay.
Yeah, I said just tell me when to stop.
Okay.
Farmers is
no hints.
Okay. John Rapp got the right number out there at 21.
All right. Not bad for a
Who
guess.
said 21 in here?
Nobody. I said 20.
Farmers was the closest, 22.
Excuse me.
Pip.
I
by a fraction
sorry,
of a second.
Thank you.
I had to scroll up.
Don't be upsetting me now.
Oh, stop crying.
Aaron.
Okay. Yeah, 21.
We was in earlier. Didn't stay long.
And who was that? That was John and 9 o'clock. Okay. Okay, next question. Oh, okay, this is interesting. Has Australia ever been the world's richest city?
Australia's not a city.
I don't know how it's mean. It should has Australia ever had the world's richest city? The grammar's a bit screwy. So we're getting a yes and a yes. Journal. What are we getting
It's
out
a bit of a
peanut?
coin toss, isn't it, Terry?
Yeah, it's a 50-50 answer here. So is it yes or no? But the year you get an extra point. You'll get an extra point if you knew the year.
So if you had to put the extra words in there per capita.
So has Australia ever had the world's richest city? And the other part of the question is if you get the year, you'll get extra points.
Oh, so you're giving it away.
Maybe.
Okay. Yes. Okay, that looks like John Rapp again. And who was first in the peanuts?
No. Yes,
looks like Peter
no.
put yes. Yeah, Peter and John were right. And
I should have just gone for the letter Y.
And the year. No, not 1889, Miro. 1954. No, way off. No, way off. Wait, you're going back too far, John and Miro.
after Kylie's tax return.
1885.
Wrong century.
Oh.
It's more recent. It's more recent than what you think.
Oh.
Pip's getting closer. He keeps typing the answers in.
Keep going up, Pip.
Anyone out in the peanuts? No, wrong century. 9 o'clock. Too far back up, man. Still too far back. Oh, Pip!
She's gonna get it.
I'm not going to tell her which one it is, and she's just going to end up typing all these years in here.
I might have better go backwards too.
Yes was for the previous question. Oh, sorry, John. Who's putting 1002? We weren't even here back then. Sean says 2020. No. Too recent. Well, Pip finally got it, but she's gone past it. So it's one of the ones she's already typed. Who was the closest? Shit, nobody was even close. Miro was sort of close. Oh, First Death. No, First Death's actually the closest. The closest, 1985. First Death put in. So it's 1980.
I don't think so. I think they've got the century wrong there, Terry.
Well, I've got here 1980.
1885.
You reckon
I think it's in the 1800s.
Oh, okay. Well, I got the wrong answer here then.
Because I didn't know the answer, and of course I looked it up on the Google.
Yeah, okay.
And it says here, the discovery of gold in Victoria in 1851 led to Victorian gold rush, and the city grew rapidly. By 1865, it had overtaken Sydney as Australia's most populous city. This economic boom peaked during the 1880s, and Melbourne had become the richest city in the world.
Well, 1840 from 9 o'clock hero then.
I wasn't even thinking about gold. I was thinking about opals.
1889 by Miro. That's the case. Okay then. Right. Where are we? I might jump a few of these questions. It seems to be dragged on a bit. Oh, okay. What Australian animal did England scientists think was a prank? That one should be pretty easy, actually.
Yeah, I typed all 3 words.
Not my fault you got
Did
fast fingers.
Did you hear Pip type that? It just sounded like one keystroke. For one
It was
word.
just like this.
Yeah, that was
There you go.
that was the whole word. Okay.
And I'm here going.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure it must be really nice to be able to type without looking at the bloody keys all the time.
Yeah, looks like Miro got it first. Yeah, the consensus is that platypus. Okay, that one. Okay, this one's an interesting one, I suppose, in a way for geographical type stuff. Okay, does Australia have a cattle station larger than the entire nation of Israel?
Israel?
The entire nation of Israel. Do we have a cattle station larger than that entire nation of Israel? Oh, we're getting a consensus in the internal straight away. Everybody the same on the page so far, by the look of it there.
There's Peter G again.
Peter G's out there. Yep. Okay. Yep, you're going good. Who was the first person? Peter G. Peter G, and who was the first one in?
Peter.
Peter was first in here.
You type before you finish reading the question.
Did he? I don't know. How does he do that?
Yeah.
Of course I did. I was trying to
Well,
be Pip.
it's a question about Australia. It's going to be yes.
The Pommies are going to love this one. What was
Vegemite? Going to be
Okay, what was Vegemite invented from? No. So what was Vegemite invented from? Axle grease and salt. Motor oil.
That's Molly Bond grease.
Mm. What's that, Alan? You telling somebody that's in Discord so they
Yeah, because
can't
I think Dora
cheat?
is listening on Discord.
Somebody in Discord saying they can't cheat.
You are mute. Everybody is muted in Discord, so
Yeah.
nobody can hear the panel in Discord.
No, they don't. They don't have to worry about that, Alan. When I've muted myself in Discord.
I know that's what I said. So no cheat. Terry is muted in Discord, so no cheating that way.
Yep.
They think Dora's listening in Discord. She's not.
No,
She
can't
can't.
cheat. Can't cheat. Okay, who was the first person in the Peanuts? Death's lodging a protest. What for, Death? What'd you do?
I didn't read
Miro.
Discord.
Not technically right, Miro. Gotta have that certain word. Oh, shit. They copied Marmite. Sheep done. I say first Death was right in the peanut gallery. Leftover beer yeast. And who road scrapings from farmer.
So it's the same as Marmite, because that's what
Road
Marmite is.
scrapings.
It's
Yeah, Peter in the
I,
journal.
I was the only one that put in a sensible answer, Terry.
Oh, thank you, Peter. Not like these other clowns. Okay, question 27. When security... oh, that's a weird one. Go on. I'll scroll down. These are getting dragging on a bit.
Excuse me.
Oh, this is a movie question. So, this is an iconic movie from Australia made
Crocodile Dundee.
in the recent years, not that many years back, I suppose. Okay, which classic Aussie film features the phrase, inverted commas, "tell him he's dreaming"?
No clue.
Iconic Australian movie.
Ooh.
I'll read the question again. In which classic Aussie film features the phrase, "tell him he's dreaming"? And you're wrong, Pip. And you're wrong, Sean. Wrong 9 o'clock. No, not 9 o'clock.
John.
No, not John. The other John Stock. No.
Yeah, John.
I'm not saying who. Sunday too far? No. Yep, you did it again.
Brokeback Mountain.
Brokeback Mountain. Okay.
Tell him he's dreaming. Oh, the connotations there.
No, not Red Dog. Okay, first.
I've never actually heard of that movie.
Okay.
Never heard.
John Rapp got it right out there. The Castle.
Never heard of it.
And Peter got it first in here.
Castle. What's this
Castle? Castle.
Hey, don't start picking on my fucking spelling or else I'll really get upset. I'll spell everything like that.
Oh, he looks like right Ozzie, that fella.
Okay. Okay, we'll leave that one. This one should be a basic question to answer. It's a bonus question, so we'll finish with this one. Why is Canberra the capital city of Australia? Now you think about it. If you know the geography of Australia, it'll give you the answer straight away.
Mine makes perfect sense.
Oh, I missed a B.
That's okay. I'll get the thing. See if any peanuts figure it out.
I just realised I was about to type it in the bloody peanut gallery, not in here.
No, Dora. It actually does not border any other state. Whoa! It's all flying through now. I have to go back up again.
Louis says
Where are
because it's a shithole.
Okay.
There wasn't enough beer in Sydney. They couldn't spell
Because
Melbourne.
it's where the sheep live. They couldn't spell Melbourne. Because it's not Sydney or Melbourne. Okay. Because it's a shithole. Yes, Professor Pineapple. Glaby, what are you doing out there? Lurking. The first person with the right answer was Miro. Miro was the right answer. In between Sydney and Melbourne. And did you get that right first, Peter? Yep, because it's in between, halfway in between. There you go.
It's not like
Well, there's your Aussie quiz for tonight. Oh,
good.
Never do that again.
Thanks, Terry.
Excuse me. Well, while you're getting a coffee and whatever, I'll drag out a couple of chilled videos to do. Blue said he
Another coffee.
Blue, yeah, go and make me one while I'm doing this because I can't do it. Blue said he had a
I'm going to
video.
go get some chocolate cake.
Blue said he had a video, so we'll have to grab that.
Oh, chocolate cake.
Where have we got Blue? Video, Blue.
I did a bit more research on the Opera House, and it was the oranges that inspired him. He said so himself. Yeah.
Orange segments, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
So you're saying you're wrong?
And now I'm saying that I was wrong. There's actually a report here, an interview done by him in person, and he says that he was inspired by orange segments. Yeah.
Now, I think on the doco, he turns around and says something along the lines that he was completely fascinated how Mother Nature could design something so perfect to fit together to make a ball or something along those lines.
Yeah, he says, not least among Utsen's disclosures is that, contrary to popular belief, his inspiration for the building's roof came not from white sails, but from segmented orange. It just happened that white sails were similar, he says.
I think the launch is supposed to be like 8:30 UK time, Mira. About 6 hours from now, around about that.
Yeah, I think this time if they do launch, we're not going to be able to see it because the sky's still going to be too bloody light.
It's still early hours of the morning for us then.
Yeah,
I'd like to catch
Wednesday it was sufficiently late enough in the day that the sky
you
was dark enough to see it. But I think if they go today, we won't be able to bloody see it. What we will be able to see is it passing over an orbit or two later, but it'll be so dim that.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Where did I find it? Heavens above.
Too far south of me. I wouldn't see it anyway.
Right. For me, if I do see it, it'll be at if it launches on time, it'll be at 10:15 with a magnitude of 2.5. Not minus 2.5, but 2.5. So, yeah, I'll be bloody lucky to see it.
Yeah.
It'll be too. And it only just sort of grazes my horizon anyway. I won't be able to see it at all. Certainly not from my back garden.
Well, never mind.
Never mind.
Got a plane or walk. Go for 20 minutes.
We're not able to see it, Dark Man. I tried the last time and didn't see nothing.
I'll have to grab that. Is that?
What are we talking about? ISS or
No, the launch.
The Crew Dragon.
Crew Dragon.
If it launches. I think the weather's a bit hit and miss again, isn't it?
I think in about 20 minutes, or maybe even less than that, it appeared last time.
Didn't you just make me coffee? I have to go and make it myself. Oh, jeez.
Of course you are.
Oh.
We can't email it to you.
I have to get up.
Oh,
I left it at the kettle. I left it at the kettle, Terry.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, fingers crossed, 9 o'clock here. As long as it goes better than the Texas test.
So as far as SpaceX is concerned at this point in time, they are keeping an eye on the weather. However, it does look like the window is going to be the window is going to line up with a window in the weather as well. So.
Not Windows 10.
No, it's XE.
He's doing that.
So what be the go now? Since I disappeared.
Not a lot.
Oh yeah.
You should know the drill by now, Finchy.
Nah,
Away to
I'll
bed.
never
Oh,
get
you're
used
away
to
to
things.
bed.
I was away to bed, and then my window smashed because the winder decided to
Ouch.
well, I decided to take off the window winder for a day to put a new one on without actually having the new one, and the window kind of just went crash bang boom.
Bang shut.
For about 20 minutes.
Oops.
So I'm back because I can't be bothered sleeping with a breeze through the room.
He's doing wind impersonations with the
I don't
microphone
know.
up their nose.
Somebody's got up the nose.
Not me, I'm muted.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's me. I'm not breathing on my mic this time.
Well, my headset was muted, so I don't think it was
must
me.
have been.
I mean, I can if you want.
Oh!
It
Mine
must
isn't
have been
there. We know
alright.
it's back into that.
Who stole the cookie from the cookie jar?
Okay, what type of biscuit do I feel like?
I don't know. I haven't felt
Scotch
yet.
finger.
Green chocolate.
Custard cream.
Ooh, ew.
I was about to say Jaffa cakes, but they're cakes, not biscuits, aren't they?
Well,
I
apple.
suppose
I
they're a
think.
bit of both.
Well, legally they're cakes
Oh, legally. Okay.
because of the VAT.
but there
Well,
you
yeah,
go.
they had that battle with the VAT, didn't they?
Okay.
Well, well,
Or a biscuit.
I still think they're a biscuit.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't. Do you got? Does everyone prefer? I don't know about everyone else, but Jaffa cakes belong in the fridge in my household.
Well, it depends how warm it is. It doesn't get that warm here.
I reckon that
Yeah.
they're A1 in the fridge because
There are Mars bars and Milky Ways and things.
Only 4 videos
oh,
to
I don't
pick
know about
from.
Mars bars.
Oh, yeah.
You knock all your teeth out the Mars
Yeah.
bar.
Have a good chew on it.
I think I've only got 4 videos.
I'll see if I can find one you haven't played. I think you've played on mine.
Yeah, I'd need a Pip story if you got one. I haven't found one there yet.
Maybe you could do one live, Pip.
I could do one live.
I got no others.
I really think you've done them all. That's a problem.
I got the usual crowd. No Signman Dan or anything like that I've missed out on?
Simon done.
Well, I'm only going
Did one
back to the...
yesterday. Did you do Simon Dan's yesterday? Flat Earth Friday?
I don't think so. I don't think we did we?
No, we didn't stream last night, so I would have missed that.
You did?
Yes, you did.
Did I?
Yes, you didn't do anything. No, we did the quiz and then you finished. Oh no, I was out. So I don't know what you did.
I didn't stream last night. Oh, yes, I did.
Yes, you did. I was in my car. I went shopping.
Yeah, okay. My short-term memory's not as good as you old young blokes.
So I don't know if you've done Picky Eat or Suck.
No, yeah, I've done that one. Done Simon Dan. Done Pips number 73.
73. Did you done
I've
72?
got here that one, and
Which I've now lost.
that one.
I don't think you have.
What have I done? Yesterday. Sure. Yeah, I did that one. I remember that bloke now. Okay, so he's out.
And any other vids, mine, Terry? I don't think you've done that one. That was Wednesday's one, so I don't think you've done that.
Don't think we did. I did the funny one.
Yep.
But I don't remember doing this one. Okay. I'll grab that for the last story. Across to there. Now it looks like we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 4 videos, that'll do. I'll be your lot. So I do yeah, I did the cats last video, Fred. I did that last night. Scott Manley SpaceX review today, 9 o'clock says. Yeah, I think I've seen that. Where's that? Talking about the keeps astronauts safe during launch. How long did that go for? 11 minutes for Scott Manley. That would probably... There's a Dave too. I've got a few back there that I've missed. How long does Dave go for? 8 minutes. Now we'll leave that one. I think that'll do what we've got. Yep.
What, Matt?
I have one more. Okay, I'll grab that one then. Where is it?
What's this? SpaceX launch aborted.
What's the status of missions?
How's it?
Hello?
Hmm?
Hello?
Matt saying SpaceX has been aborted.
No, I just went on the website. So
There's nothing on Twitter about it yet, though.
yes, let's open up the Twitter machine.
Unless he's wanting you to play the video of the SpaceX launch being aborted. Why?
But here we've got...
Explain yourself, Matt.
Got Everett, we got that one. Sensitive.
Oh, it's sort of clouding away again.
What did I say?
Time is it
5
right now?
will be.
Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah, it has. It's been cancelled.
Oh, for goodness sake!
We'll never get to see this launch.
Well, it was a 50% risk of cancellation to begin with, so the odds were against it.
Did I say 5?
50.
No, it's not 50.
Yeah,
We'll be here till next
they're
week.
closing the hatch and pulling everyone away now. So
Oh no.
the 2 astronauts are
Are
walking
they,
back down
are
the
they
gantry
showing it
now.
on? Are they showing it on Everyday Astronaut or somewhere?
It's on the SpaceX. I can give you a link to the SpaceX.
Are you right enough, Mad?
Yeah, we'll show that quickly if we've got a link for it while we're waiting.
Yeah, give me half a second, Terry.
Okay, 29.
There you
Or
go.
half a second.
Half a second.
Half a minute.
Oh well.
No, it's already on the internal for you.
Oh, okay.
They're walking out now, and they're going to have another go on Saturday.
Next Saturday.
Yeah. It's Saturday at 3:22 ET.
What now? Just do it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, about the same time then.
Yeah.
Just put some more fuel in it. That's all you need. Oh dear.
See you next week.
Are you going to stop the countdown yet?
It's just a NASA man.
Day. The weather got us. But I also want to say it was a great day for NASA. It was a great day for SpaceX. I think our teams worked together in a really impressive way, making good decisions all along. So here in this particular case, we had just simply too much electricity in the atmosphere. There wasn't really a lightning storm or anything like that, but there was a concern that if we did launch, it could actually trigger lightning. And so we made the right decision. We had the parameters set ahead of time, the teams worked together, and in the end, the right decision was made. I will tell you, I've done a lot of interviews over the last 2 days, and in those interviews, I get asked over and over again, is there undue pressure here? People say to me, with all of the attention of the world on this launch, with all of the VIPs coming, are you going to feel pressure on this launch? And I will tell you, as I've told our teams, under no circumstances should anybody feel pressure. If we are not ready to go, we simply do not go. And I will tell you, I am proud, so proud of our teams working together to make the right decision in this particular case. We have a lot to look forward to in just a few short days. On Saturday afternoon, we're going to do it again. Here's what we know. We are going to launch American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. We're going to do that. We're very close. I also want to say that this was an important milestone just today. We did a wet dress rehearsal. We haven't done a wet dress rehearsal with our astronauts full gear before. We've done a dry dress rehearsal. Now we've done a wet dress. So we learn a lot every time we do these things. This is no different. And we get a lot of great data from doing what we just did. So today was a good day for NASA. It was a good day for SpaceX. And we've got a lot to look forward to. So I want to say congratulations to both of the teams. And let's go. Let's go get this done. I know we're up for it. Saturday is going to be a great day. And here we go again. So thank you to everybody for all the great work. Marie, back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Those were some great insights from Jim Bridenstine, the NASA administrator. The crew's making their way back to astronaut crew quarters where they're going to remain in quarantine until Saturday. They've been in quarantine for 2 weeks, and there they will stay to keep them safe and healthy for our next launch attempt. Again, we had to stand down from launch today because of unfavorable weather conditions around Launch Complex 39A, but we're going to be ready to do this again Saturday, May 30th. The new launch time will be 3:22 p.m. And our coverage will begin live here on NASA TV at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, Saturday. So be sure to tune back in on NASA television and nasa.gov/live if you're watching along online. and we will be back here to take you through it every step of the way.
That's a little dragon there.
Again,
All right.
new era, much safer design.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for walking us through that, Lauren. Again, the launch escape system is armed. That protects Bob and Doug. So that is such a crucial safety capability. And so now we want to go over to Hawthorne for an operational update with John.
Thanks, Marie. We are counting down those final minutes. Everything is still looking good on the Falcon 9 and the Dragon vehicles for an on-time launch, but weather is trending the wrong way right now.
Getting told
We're
out in the
keeping our
peanut
ears
gallery
open
that
in
this is not
case
the
we
actual
hear
live
that
stream
the
of
weather
it,
is going to
Peter.
be no-go for the rest of the count. Right now, we are counting down at T-minus 32 minutes.
Stage 1 locks and
Falcon 9
RP1
did
flow rates
begin
are nominal.
propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes, right on time.
This is the other days.
Propellants we use on
You saw the
Falcon 9
website,
are
Terry. It
fuel,
said
which is rocket-grade kerosene, also
SpaceX.
called RP1, refined petroleum.
Yeah, and that's in replay though,
That's
Peter.
super chill
Yeah.
liquid oxygen.
I think that was the last.
That's a replay of the other days.
Propellants
It's not even
come
time yet.
together,
It's
but
not
they
even near
don't
time
light,
yet.
So we need an ignition source to complete the fire triangle. For
I
this,
don't think it's
Falcon
right.
9 uses a fluid
Well,
called
it's all
P-tip.
Mad's fault
You
because
might
I just
see
went
that
and
just
looked for
before
the
first stage ignition or
the one that
maybe
was
later
live
in
at the
second
moment, and it
stage
just
ignition.
matched up to what
You
Mad
get a
was saying.
green-colored
So,
flame as the T-tub comes out
So
into
Mad's
the
wrong.
oxygen, and that ignites the main engines. Right
Oh, you
before
know
the
Mad
rocket
will say
takes
it's
off
Casual's
or the
fault.
second stage engine lights.
Casual's
Now,
fault.
currently in the fueling, RP1 fuel
Actually,
is
it
about
could just
10%
be-
full on the first stage.
Well,
That's the
the
bottom
countdown actually does make
two-thirds of the
sense as
stack
to
of the vehicle you can see on the left.
So-
The first stage is that long white cylinder at the
So maybe
bottom,
it is.
plus that black cylinder called the inner stage. That's the entire
It is
first
6
stage that
hours,
we're loading with
5
LOX
minutes.
and
And
RP1
6 hours,
kerosene.
yeah, just
That's the
gone
part that
6
comes
hours,
back to
5
Earth.
minutes.
The second stage just above it, the white cylinder,
So
and
it
then above
definitely-
that
that
will
is the
be the
correct
Dragon
time.
trunk and the
So maybe
capsule.
this is.
Now
Oh
currently,
no, it says
the
replay in the top
second
left.
So the countdown timer is for liftoff is at T minus 6 hours, 4 minutes, and 16 seconds. So that's still counting down.
Everyday astronauts is still counting down.
Yeah, everyday astronauts are still going. There's still nothing on Twitter about it being cancelled though, which is.
Yeah, SpaceX is not even live with it either.
Not yet.
Yes, so they were just looking at a rerun of the other day's failed launch then.
Yeah.
The last message from SpaceX reads: all systems go for Dragon crew test flight with NASA astronauts. Him and him. Teams are keeping an eye on the weather. Webcast will go live at 11 a.m. EDT.
Which is not for another
30
couple of
minutes.
hours yet.
But
Yeah.
if the cloud moves away, if the conditions improve, we may be able to continue the countdown for another 14 minutes and reassess. So we're waiting to see whether or not we can continue the count. Currently we are. The range, they're ready to support.
Had 4 tabs of YouTube open on the same live stream and Terry, so I was getting real confused then.
Right. SpaceX said an hour ago that they were still all systems go, but keeping an eye on the weather. Yeah.
That's what I just read out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is the last.
And on
That would have said
on
something
the
pretty quick, I reckon.
on the SpaceX website right now, and they're still saying that it's on schedule.
Got no other.
I'd share it.
Got no other footage
Right,
then by
share
the
it.
look of it.
I don't think it's been called off. I think that's a replay.
Yes, Blue, we're going to be able to
I'd
play
still have it on
NBC. You know what that will happen if we did that.
Good call. Well, let's do that.
We may as well start streaming YouTube. Sorry, Netflix.
I got no other Oh, nothing to see anyway. He says. Okay.
And Finchy, if you're going to do it, you go whole hog Pornhub.
Okay.
What, are you trying to get my channel deleted, are you?
No, you'll only get it.
If you say it more than 5 times, it boosts the ratings, but not the ratings that Alan wants. The ratings that the that whatever consumer side.
Okay.
What is it? Is it who regulates the ratings on YouTube?
Themselves. It's all internal. They don't have someone watchdogging them. They do everything themselves.
Wait, I see a bird. 2 birds. What are you going on about, Blue?
So who normally does that? Yeah, Blue, what's going on, mate?
Got no idea.
He's gone bird watching.
He's watching birds.
I think he's watched their launch stream.
We've got a 2, a 3, and a
NBC.
4. NASA are interviewing the astronauts now.
We cross live now to our NBC fraud correspondent.
2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4. How many people we got watching? More than 10? Oh, 25. Three. Three. Okay, 3. There we go.
11:22. Oh, I'm actually going to bed this time. I'll be watching the peanut gallery. Farewell.
See you, Finchy.
Night, Finchy.
Bye-bye.
Night, Finchy.
Flutter, 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 flutter.
Fix your volume next. Oh, I was going to say fix your volume. There we go. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, this idiot.
Sensitive.
Welcome back, and in case you weren't aware, I am now on Twitter, so follow me to keep up to date with news and details of when videos and live streams are coming out. Today we're going to have a look at Roger from Mud Fossil University again. This is the guy who believes that he has proof of fossilised hearts and lungs of giants. Today he thinks he has recognition from Yale University, and he's going to impress us with an amazing fossilised find he has. Anyway, a group of people who are definitely not a group of old fossils are my amazing patrons. With massive thanks to all my patrons, including new patrons Purple Rhymes with Orange, Tim Nicholas, Roy C, The Key Weasel, Lucas Hoy, David Fisher and Jeff Plessier, and my latest patrons Crispy Bacon, D Pep, Andy Sibley, Glober Mom and Cy Allen. Thank you all so very much. So come on Roger, you better tell us all about this. We're waiting with bated breath. Roll VT.
Okay, fabulous news my friends.
You've decided to close your channel and give up this mud fossil crap as a bad deal and count paving slabs instead.
Finally Yale has endorsed mud fossils.
I'm not so sure.
And they're talking about fossilization of hard tissue proteins.
So not really entire fossilized lungs and hearts then, Roger, is it?
And it goes down through, they really get deep into all the,
sciencey sort of stuff that is not really important, is it, Roger?
Things that are, but anyway, it gets down to soft tissues preserved in oxidative setting.
Aren't you going to read further, Roger? The organic remains in the bone samples are also brittle. The Jurassic diplodocid bone yielded large extracellular matrix fragments which large, up to 1,500 micrometers. That's 1.5 millimeters. That's not exactly entire lungs and hearts.
How are you, mate?
Is it now, Roger?
No, I've been working with Yale for years on this.
This must be some new definition of the phrase working with that I've not been previously aware of, Roger. Because in actuality, all you've been doing is bugging them, emailing them, writing them, and sending them lumps of rock that they're not interested in.
We don't communicate too much, but I kept sending them all of my information. I'll show you what I
on
sent.
charge all last night, the bastards didn't.
They don't want to communicate with you, Roger.
The person I communicated with was Derek Briggs at Yale, and he didn't find anything in my stuff, and he still doesn't acknowledge my work.
Well, it's no surprise that some scientist from Yale does not acknowledge as work, wandering around, picking up a lump of rock and claiming it's a heart.
But he is taking credit for understanding soft tissue fossilization.
Believe it or not, Roger, I don't think for one moment that the Yale scientist is plagiarizing your work. How do I know this? Well, let's look at your recent find.
Now, that's the head that I originally talked to Yale University about. This belongs to Jim Burchell and Arlie Caudle down in rural Kentucky.
Really, Roger? A fossilized head?
And Derek Briggs told me to take this down to University of Texas to have it CAT scanned, and then they would take a look at it. I think he didn't want to look at it.
No, I should think he wanted to get rid of you as fast as humanly possible, so he sent you on a ridiculous errand that you won't be able to fulfill.
He's just rejected it totally out of hand.
Well, slap my arse and call me Shirley. It's no great surprise he rejected that out of hand. Finding large fragments at 1.5 millimeter of fossilized soft tissue is a little different than an entire head, including hairline, lips, eyelids. Do you think it might be some statue head? Is that a possibility, Roger?
But I forced the issue.
So you wouldn't take no for an answer, carried on forcing the issue, and kept on bugging them, Roger. And how did that go?
When they realized it was real, apparently, they had the police call me and lawyers to tell me to stop bothering them.
So you were basically warned off for harassment.
Literally.
I suggest you take heed of the warning, Roger, before they get medieval on your ass.
They just didn't want to get involved. They just hated this whole idea because everything that I present shows there is God.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Roger, and say whether your head is a fossilized head or not has nothing to do with any postulated God.
Okay, my friends, I'm going to try to be as calm as I can be. But in 2014, Jim Burchell was on TV showing this head, and I contacted him because they said it was just sandstone. This is Roger, Mud Fossil University. I contacted Jim. I said, Jim, that is real, and we can prove it.
You didn't. You really didn't, did you, Roger? Top tip for you, man. Don't ever go to Rome, because there are thousands of fossilized men and women stood all around on podiums and by fountains.
And I will get a hold of Yale University and we'll get this proven, because I have already proven mud fossils.
No, Roger. Once again, saying that looks like a heart or those could be lungs is not proof.
So he put his trust in me, and Yale literally destroyed me, and I will show you what they did. And I really feel terrible about Jim. They spent $1,500, went down to Texas on Professor Briggs's recommendation. Professor Gautier recommended I discuss my specimens with Briggs, so I did. I sent him this thing, and I said, we have found a head. I have Jim Burchell on here, and then Data 2000's on here, and Derek Briggs, and me. And I said, we found this head. Would you take a look at it?
Oh, I bet he was pleased to receive that email.
He said, before I can do anything, you have to have it CAT scanned and this and that.
And quite right. He's not going to waste his time on some lump of carved rock that you've found without you having done any basic testing. He knows that when you get that done, you're not going to find anything.
So I said, we'll get chemistry, we'll get all the stuff done. So we did. Took it down to Texas. I checked it all. I did the chemistry on. It was all valid. It was all the ferrous oxides that I was expecting. You know, I understand these things quite well.
I really don't think that you do.
Well, as you can see, they understand now what they have to do. Even they had to change their name. It's no longer geology or geophysics. They're changing it to reflect this, which is the Earth is made out of biology.
I think not, Roger. I think they've just simply widened their departmental purview, and that is sedimentary rock, not biology.
And it's time to apologize to us mud fossil people.
Well, I think you'll be quite a while waiting for that apology, Roger. And now we're going to see why. We're going to see the level of your stupidity.
Okay, you saw the picture of the new Earth Sciences at Yale. Well, maybe they want to put a picture of a dragon on there.
Oh, yes, you heard him right.
A dragon? That's a dragon. This is very no question whatsoever.
No question at all, Roger. It's a dragon because it looks like a dragon.
And this is the throat running all the way down the dragon's throat. I searched it. I did this for years. I looked this in. And there's a ton of things on the Earth that are just so overlooked. And this is all the effluent bleeding off of the dead, decaying dragon.
Okay, Roger, here we are looking at Morocco. And somewhere around here we got your dragon. Let's have a quick look. So we've got his head over here. Yeah, I can see an eye and a mouth. Brilliant. His body goes along here. I'm not sure exactly where he ends. That looks like it might be a tail. Let's go for that. I'll be generous and I'll push it back a bit. So if we now measure from the tip of his head to somewhere here, roughly where his butt end is, that gives us a length of 342 miles. Now I understand, Roger, that a dragon could be quite a big animal, but do you not think that that might be pushing it a bit? 342 miles long?
And that hasn't been there that long. I'm estimating this was 11,500 years ago.
And I'm going to estimate that you pulled that figure straight out of your hairy little butt.
And there's a tail running out here. So everything that we had thought was real is, you know, in education.
Well, forget my 342 mile estimate. With a tail that long, you've just doubled its length. So we're now talking the thick end of 700 miles long.
They got to start all over again. There's the giant fish.
What?
There's the giant fish. And they got to take God into account and stop all this nonsense with no God.
So now we got a giant fish. This shape here. Well, I'm not sure where his head end is. Let's go for a diamond shape and measure that and see how big this fish of yours is. So from somewhere around here to somewhere around here perhaps. That gives us a length of 591 miles. What about top to bottom? There's the top of the fish's back down to his tummy, and that's 258 miles. I don't think the oceans are quite that deep, Roger. How's that going to work?
And this happened at the same time that Atlantis collapsed, which is fully recorded too by Plato. It was
about the only thing you've got right so far, Roger. It was Plato that recorded the Atlantis myth.
9,100 years before Plato, and he was 2,400 years ago, so I'm going 11,500.
So Plato writes down a story nearly 2,500 years ago about a myth from 9,500 years before. You add the two dates together, and that tells you when your dragon and your giant fish died. That sounds scientific.
And I can say that this all happened at the same time because not only did all of the Sahara Ocean run out over the top here, creating Cape Verde Islands.
Roger, we are not going to get into discussing the Sahara Ocean and the creation of the Cape Verde Islands. Please sum up briefly.
estimation of what occurred here is everything ran out. These two were killed at the same time, laid flat, and it's still dribbling out as they are dying. So I am going to go with the fact that this all occurred at the same time.
I'm afraid, Roger, I don't hold much store in your facts.
Derek Briggs refused to accept my stuff for years and has never apologized to me, never acknowledged my work.
Well, I'm truly sorry about that, Roger. Look, I'm going to give you one last chance to come up with something sensible.
They should acknowledge my work. I mean, geese, that's a geese. And he said, no, none of it was real. It all just looks like stuff, and it was never real.
Firstly, Roger, you don't have geese. You have a goose. And secondly, because a lump of rock happens to look like a goose, does not mean that it's a goose. You are a flaming idiot.
He's a goose.
It's disgraceful, really.
Yes, Roger. It's disgraceful that you keep bugging those good people at Yale University, sending them crap, emailing them, contacting them, when they quite patently don't want to. I suggest you take your geese and get the flock out of here. Until next time, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
As Dewey said, giant fish. We need giant chips and giant salt and vinegar to go with it. Okay. And imagine the size
And a
of
giant
the
pot of
chip.
curry sauce.
It's got to be wrapped in newspaper, though, Terry.
Giant newspaper.
Where are you going to get a sheet of newspaper that big?
Where do you get the big chips?
Yeah, where are the big chips? That's a big potato.
Big shops, sell them all.
That's a bit of pareidolia and a bit of... well, it's all pareidolia for what he's doing.
I've done some of his stuff before. He is completely, absolutely barking mad.
The one that showed the giants of JJ. It was a cave.
Yes,
Same
yes. He's done all of the... Pareidolia doesn't even get a look in. He just hasn't got a clue what he's looking at.
Oh, help my Bob, it's 22 degrees now.
Help my Bob.
Jing Scrivens, help my Bob.
Bob. Temperature 22, feels like 23. But there is a little bit of a breeze blowing, which is helping. Oh, there's some puffy white clouds.
They there to watch the rain.
Yeah, there ain't going to be any rain today. I'll tell you that for now.
Lovely, lovely.
Oh, there's the moon again. And all the house marks.
I can't see the moving house again.
God, do you know what that cloud looks like? That's shaped just like a cloud.
I was going to say a duck.
Wow. And
Yeah,
that
I'm looking out my window. I can't see your clouds.
And that one looks just like a cloud as well. Wow, that's amazing. These clouds all look like clouds.
I definitely can't see the moon.
Yeah, I can see the moon, and it looks just like the moon. Yep, it's definitely the moon.
It can't have risen for me yet. I don't see it.
Are we getting any votes? 2, 2, 4.
Oh, I do see it's hiding behind a wee cloud.
Yes, the clouds are a little bit fluffy, yes. There's really not that much of them. Oh, hang on. I suppose, yeah, that could vaguely look like Africa if you squinted.
We saying 2-1?
No, actually, it's just a cloud. No, it's just
2
a cloud.
wins.
I was going to Say if it starts raining, you could say that you saw the rains come down from Africa.
Do you know, I miss them. I miss the rains down in Africa.
2. What have we got for 2? Oh. Anyone know who this Blue Marble Science is?
Never.
Name rings a vague bell.
I'll turn the volume up. It might wake someone up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Blue Marble Science. Chris Berry is going to try and demonstrate Coriolis and end up discovering gravity.
Brilliant.
Warning!
I've
Severe
seen this
facial and
one.
monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out those oven mitts, push the monitors back out of punching range, and let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun. Well, who could have forgotten Chris Berry's attempt at duplicating the Cavendish experiment? I mean, seriously, all you need is a couple of trailer hitches, 2 kettle weights, a plastic spirit level, some masking tape, a little fishing line, and voila, there you have it. Unfortunately, it doesn't look a lot like this Cavendish experiment now, does it? But hey, the results were, well, there were no results. Okay, let's move on. Now, Chris doesn't believe the Coriolis force works the way it's described, so he's going to do his own demonstration and show us what really happens. Of course, there's no real need in that. There are a lot of videos like the one you're watching, which clearly show what happens to an object that is moving in a rotating frame of reference. It always deflects, and it deflects exactly like this graphic shows. Let's see how Chris did his demonstration.
Alright, this is a Coriolis test. Alright, I wanted to see what would happen if I did a Coriolis test. The setup was a bicycle tire on a bicycle that was flipped upside down.
Upside down bicycle. Check.
I attached my iPhone to the tire.
Cell phone duct taped to the front wheel of the bicycle. Check.
And I was using a little Nerf gun as the projectile.
Nerf ball. Got it. And I got a bad feeling about it.
And it worked basically. And what you'll see is I have 4 videos, two going from left to right and 2 going from right to left, and both exhibit the same behavior. So this is what Coriolis is, guys. It's very simple. It's nothing to do with different speeds of the Earth or any of this nonsense.
Nonsense? You mean stuff like this?
It just happens to do with two different reference frames. One is the reference frame of the tire, and the other is the reference frame of the projectile, aka non-inertial reference frame and inertial reference frame.
Right off the bat, Chris gets this wrong. Let's read the definition of Coriolis force once again. In physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects that are in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame. The Coriolis force only occurs in the non-inertial rotating frame of reference. Nothing occurs in the inertial reference frame. There is no Coriolis force in the inertial reference frame, Chris. Somehow or the other, you figure your Nerf ball is an inertial reference frame. The instant that ball leaves your Nerf gun, it is decelerating. That's a form of acceleration. That's enough to rule it a non-inertial reference frame to begin with. Secondly, it's being affected by gravity. It is following a ballistic trajectory. That is a second acceleration. The ball itself is not an inertial reference frame, Chris. Come on now. This stuff's not that hard.
So let's just take a look. Here we go. First left to right video. All right, so the first thing you'll notice is the pattern that it creates, and I drew in the little dots, right? So it's following the projectile, and you see here there's a curve from, well, I don't know, right to left, or however you want to call it, center around this way. Okay, like basically it's gonna.
I'm glad he put left to right on the screen.
So let's watch the second left to right video. And you'll see the exact, watch the pattern. It's a different video, different, time. Watch for the pattern left to right. Okay, so we see the same C sort of arc shape this way. Okay, that's just because the camera's spinning left to right on the tire. Now that is the Coriolis effect. It's the apparent deflection of the projectile. Okay, it's not really moving like that. That's just what it appears. So let's take a look from the other direction, from right to left. Same setup. Wow, look at that. You get the same pattern except on the other side, because now we're switching directions. Okay, so here's that sort of, call it backwards C pattern this way, and that's exactly what we would expect.
That's exactly what you would expect, all right. You're seeing the ballistic trajectory of the ball. Whether that camera's moving or not, you're still going to see the ballistic trajectory of the ball. It's going to curve. It just does that. That's gravity.
Okay, now let's watch the other one. Now the other one, I don't even know what I did on the video, but it's upside down or whatever, long ways, and you can actually see the pattern even better this way. It's pretty crazy. So there's a major hook pattern in the same direction, again, right to left. If you tilted your head, you'd see it. But the way that it's presented, just imagine if you were like looking at this thing on an actual moving platform.
You're an idiot!
Okay, that's it. That's Coriolis effect. It's simple. There's no difference in speed at different latitudes on the Earth. None of that nonsense, okay? But that's it. It's real simple. Verified. You can do it yourself. Thanks.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching. And Chris, remember, when we say how stupid can you be, that isn't a challenge. That's a question. Hey, don't forget to hit those like and subscribe buttons down there. Hit either one of them, it doesn't matter. Click that little bell if you want notifications. There's a link to the Patreon. It'll be up in the description. And with that, we'll see you guys on the next one. Gladys, take us out of here.
Poor old Dinkleberry.
Oh my God.
Blue should pay us for faith palm protection every time we watch those videos.
Yeah. And he I think he presented that in Jose's stream, and he was so excited about it, and it was like, yeah, please play it. We could all do with a laugh because I'd already seen it.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you got to get up pretty early in the morning to fool old Chris, don't you?
Oh yes. Yeah.
I think he had his bicycle upside down.
I think he was still on it when he turned it upside down.
Or something. God.
Yeah, his experiments really are quite something. I mean, that Cavendish one was just priceless.
Yeah, that was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. What was that other one he did where he ended up spraying water on the back of his sofa or something?
Yeah.
because he's trying to cool the air down to cause more refraction, and he was just sort of spraying water. I think all he achieved was soaking the back of his sofa, or whatever it was he got it set on. It's like, what
Yeah, that's all he did.
Yeah.
Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser have got these guys so confused.
Yes.
Yeah, they absolutely have no idea what Coriolis is.
No.
I have heard Oakley describe a situation where you got a person on a merry-go-round, okay, but then you've got two other people not on the merry-go-round throwing a ball over the top of the merry-go-round, and Oakley trying to claim that's
what?
Oakley trying to claim that's Coriolis.
What?
What?
What you mean? What? They're either side of the roundabout and throwing it at each other.
Yeah,
Over the roundabout.
Oh my
God.
What are the people on the what are the people on the roundabout doing? Just watching.
I guess
just
so.
watching. Yeah, I mean, that is window licking idiocy. It is.
Well, you see, people like Chris.
Wait a minute. It depends which way the merry-go-round's going.
I don't think it really makes any difference, does it? But that's why when Chris mentions, if somebody starts talking to Chris about Coriolis, the first question he'll ask is, what is the Coriolis effect? And he won't explain it. He'll get the other person to explain it and then say he's wrong. But Chris never. I don't think Chris has ever explained it. I don't think he's certainly not explained it correctly.
That's one flat Earth tactic that seems to be consistent.
Yeah.
Say you're wrong and then ask a question back to explain.
Yeah. When has the flat earther ever explained anything?
Well, they don't.
Well,
That's why they answer questions with more questions, because they'll just deflect it straight back at you because they can't answer you.
They cannot get it through their heads that this inertial reference frame that's talked has nothing to do with the Coriolis effect. That's just in order to establish that you actually have a non-inertial reference frame. You got to have something stationary to say something else is moving.
Yeah.
But they completely cannot understand the concept of conservation of angular momentum. And if that is not present, you will not have Coriolis, period. The problem is they're going the long way around the barn with this thing. If the question is not whether there's Coriolis or not, the question is whether or not the damn Earth is rotating. Because if it is, you have Coriolis. Period.
Yep.
It cannot be any other way.
But of course, that's their major problem with it, because to them the Earth isn't turning, it isn't rotating, it's flat and stationary. So Coriolis can't exist, just like space can't exist and gravity can't be real. And
the problem is if they admit that even one of those things are real, that's one step closer they are to being completely debunked as far as they're concerned. So they can't admit any of them, be it Coriolis, the Earth spinning, gravity. Each one is a step closer to them falling in a heap. So they just won't.
Yeah.
Oakley's been going off on me for the last 2 days on his channel about gas pressure.
Oh no, not that again.
Really?
I guess I think I really got under their skin with that one.
Oh, good. Good effort.
Riley blocked me yesterday, so.
Isn't that like a badge of honor, though, Blue?
It is. It actually is. I actually got Riley so tangled up. He ended up saying that if it's not a container, then it's a constraint. My pipe, my open pipe.
What?
Okay. Thank you. You've just admitted that it's not a frigging container, Riley.
Yes.
It's not a container for gas pressure. Sorry. Check it out. Check out the gas laws. There is no defined volume. There's no enclosed volume with an open pipe. Without that, you cannot have the gas laws. That's why I've been adamant about not playing their game. I told him, he talked about the fish tank with the sulfur hexafluoride in it.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know if that was a container. I said, if you want to use that word in the colloquial sense, go right ahead. But it is not a container for pressurized gas. No, it's a damn fish tank.
It's a bit like how they use that word theory, Blue. You know, the word theory in the scientific term means something completely different to how it's used in everyday speech.
Yes.
And that they try to use it as they would in everyday speech in a scientific way.
Yeah, that's a real problem that they create. They do it quite intentionally, but you're perfectly correct about that.
I heard a good one on Jose's channel today. There was someone there talking about false equivocation fallacies.
Oh, the equivocations, yeah.
The good equivocation fallacy.
That had to be Brian Leakey. That sounds like something that friggin'
yeah, that'd be right.
Okay. This is bad. This is really, really bad. I've got to seek professional help at some point, I'm sure. Because I've gotten to where I can identify the idiots just by the way they mispronounce words.
Yeah.
or make up things. Oh my God.
I missed the good part of Jose's show today.
No, I missed it all, but I noticed that the title of Nathan Oakley's latest Flat Earth debate is titled Brian's Logic, Geodesy Smashed. Really?
Oh, that was an absolute train wreck. There's going to be more than one video that comes out of that thing.
Ah, right. Okay.
Brian's Logic, he's discovered the term Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system.
Ah.
So just because he thinks it says fixed, it means that it doesn't move, right?
He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. He literally goes on there and he's got a graphic, and they can't even explain their own damn graphic. He's trying to show 3D a three-dimensional coordinate system with a corner of a rectangle plotted, and it's something like 2, 3, 4 or something like that. These morons look at that thing backwards and actually think that they're on the wrong side of the axis. They're saying the numbers are supposed to be negative. It is priceless. You got to watch it. I think I'm going to do a video on it just because Brian is such a total dipshit.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Totally clueless.
Ahoy hoy, I'm Planet Walk.
Yeah.
Riley started going off about entropy yesterday. When are these guys going to learn what entropy is?
Hmm?
Will they ever learn what entropy is?
Probably not.
You know, it will happen, Blue. About 5 minutes before they agree that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah. I asked Riley to tell me what the symbol for entropy is. Couldn't do it. I asked him to tell me what the units are. He couldn't do it.
I bet you if you give me a clue, I'd be able to work it out what it is.
He got frustrated and started ad homing me, and then said I was blocked for overtly lying.
Overtly lying.
I ask you a question. How's that lying? What the hell? Entropy, goddammit. Yes. It's got the units of joules per Kelvin. It's
It's just a measurement.
Yep. That's all it is.
For Christ's sakes.
Oh, but they're so
I
thick.
asked him I got him to say entropy is a law. Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Is that one of the famous laws of entropy?
Entropy is a law. Got it. Okay. I guess my tape measure must be a law too. Huh?
It's Newton's second law of entropy. Or was it the third law? Oh, I'm confused.
John Reps in the chat wants to know if I've got found any plutonium or uranium for my Cavendish.
Can't you just order it on eBay?
Yeah, they might have a special on Amazon.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to ask that question. I don't want a couple of guys in dark suits and badges in there.
You'd put the ad on You'd put the ad on eBay, and some bloke would turn up in a really shady looking van wearing a turban on his head going cheap, we can't use it anymore.
Yeah. We've got to clear our stocks. Are you interested?
Depleted uranium would have been pretty cool. Don't know where to get it.
Just tell them you're building a time machine.
I think there's certain areas in the Middle East you can go out and just sort of gather some up. Just look for burnt out tanks and things.
I'm holding out for somebody out there. Surely somebody out there must have 150 pounds or so of spare gold laying around. That would be ideal.
I'll check my jewellery drawers later.
Yeah, I'll have a look. There's no telling us what's under the bed in the spare room. I've shoved all sorts of crap under there, so you never know. Oh, no, hang on a minute. No, it's not gold. It's something else, yeah.
How far away are you from Fort Knox, Blue?
We'll
just go make a withdrawal.
No, really not all that far.
We'll just go make a withdrawal. That'll be right.
Yeah,
Write them an IOU.
Uh-huh. I think I stand a better chance of having angels fly out of my ass.
I hate it when that happens.
They tickle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Little flappy wings.
Well, it's when the sun gets too bright for them, you know. Oh dear.
So you going around to all the wreckers at the moment, collecting all the old batteries at the moment, or?
I haven't done that yet. I don't think I'm going to go for old batteries. I'd rather use tire weights.
Yeah.
Just got to get the little metal. All you got to do is melt it.
I know. When I was working in construction, the roof plumbers used to use a lot of lead to do the flashing and stuff like that, Blue, and that was a fairly cheap way of buying it. Actually, it wasn't. It was fairly close to the price of it because, well, I'm pretty sure it was pretty crap lead anyway, like the mix that they were using, but it wasn't pure lead. But
and I don't really care if it's got some impurities in it. I mean, it's not really going to change anything. Although some of the flat earthers seem to think so. Brian Leakey being one of them. they were asking me the other day why I didn't try to use tungsten.
Yeah, I remember.
Really?
That.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Tungsten?
Tungsten? Yeah.
There's someone else brought up carbide.
Yeah, I think you need temperature somewhere close to the surface of the sun to melt tungsten. That stuff is, you got to get that seriously hot to melt it. Not sure what that.
Here we are. I've just looked it up. Melting point in degrees C, 3,410.
That's pretty toasty.
Yeah, that's you. I'd like to see anybody who could actually get anything up to that sort of temperature to melt it. That takes some doing.
You're not going to do that with an acetylene torch, I can tell you that.
Certainly aren't.
You might get close if you made up something like an arc furnace or something along those lines, but
What it would take is an electric arc furnace or an induction furnace or something like that.
Yeah.
That'd be the only way you could melt it. I asked him why. Why do? Oh, they was it leaky? He said, "Oh, we need to shake things up or something like that." Well, hell, how many different things would you like to try? Why don't we try buttermilk? How about that?
Get two great big glass flasks and fill them full of alcohol, and that way you can drink the alcohol once you've finished your experiment.
I was waiting for the peanuts to vote.
Well, they've given up.
Yeah, I think they
Vote
gave up.
peanuts. I'll stop talking.
Well, I was hoping they were voting while you were talking, but they can't multitask by the sound of it.
Shocking.
I got an AA. I got an AA. A, B, A. A. A, B, A, A.
There's an A. Damn. Now you got ones and twos coming in.
Oh, the peanuts are always like that, Blue.
Yeah, that's true.
John says A1. We gave up.
Yeah, A1.
If I vanish, it's because my preview's in 20 minutes.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, the rate we're going, we might run into it.
Think you will?
No, that won't happen because I will hit the begin stream button if I have to, so that we can all go watch Pip's screen. Pip's
No, don't do that. That's fine. You can watch it later.
Okay, what did we get? A. Last one we got. Okay, that's an interesting.
Seismology is not a science, and apparently that's a fact. You love citations, don't you, Nathan? So from Science Direct, we have seismology is the science of earthquakes. From Britannica, we have seismology, scientific discipline that is concerned with the study of earthquakes. And from study.com, seismologists are scientists who study earthquakes. So there we have it. Seismology is clearly a science. However, Nathan would still disagree. Why? Because what is the independent variable? Now, when it comes to independent and dependent variables, that is more for experiments, not entire branches of science. Like, germ theory doesn't have a single independent and dependent variable that proves germ theory. It's pretty much like saying that physics isn't a science because physics doesn't have an independent variable that you can point to and show, that's the cause of physics. To which Nathan Oakley would say, well, physics, you can easily create an experiment within physics, which is a scientific experiment. He would say that you can't do that in seismology. Well, I'd say that you kinda can. Now, in the debate, I used ground shaking as the dependent variable, and location as the independent variable. Now, immediately, they went to location causes ground shaking. Aha, lol, lol, lol. What I'm not okay with saying is that the independent variable, which in this case would be location, causes ground shaking. Because that's
location's
no one
not
would
a
have heard
cause, you stupid idiot. You think location is a cause?
Well, changing the location will cause a change in the amount of ground shake you experience.
Think if I vary and manipulate location, I will cause an earthquake? Yeah.
You'll cause
just
the amount
plain a walk.
of
Just hold your tongue.
shaking
Shut up, you
experience to
stupid
be
boy.
reduced.
Shut up!
So, as you just heard, what I was trying to say is that I'm not okay with saying that the independent variable, which in this case is location, causes the dependent variable, which in this case is ground shaking. What I am okay with saying is that a change in the independent variable can cause a change in the dependent variable. And also, as you heard, Nathan completely ignored what I was saying and strawmanned me by stating that my argument was location causes ground shaking. So once more, I'm going to delve into independent and dependent variables. So what is a variable? Well, a variable is something that can vary. I mean, that's quite self-explanatory, isn't it? So in programming, much like in science, variables can be a whole range of things. A variable could be a true or false statement, it could be a number, or it could be an object. Nathan and Quantum Eraser tend to treat variables more as a true or false statement. If this is true, then this should happen, whereas that's not how it works. So, for example, one experiment that I remember doing in high school was one where we would take small pieces of potato and then measure their weight, then put them in either water or a salt solution. After a couple of days, we took them out of the salt solution or water, then measured their weight again. So, what do you think might have been the independent and dependent variables there? Well, it's quite clear that the dependent variable was the change in weight of the potato. The independent variable was the salinity of the water. So does that mean that salinity of the water causes a change in weight of potato? No. In fact, stating it that way makes it sound very ridiculous, because if I remember correctly, and I might be wrong on this, the increased salinity caused the change in weight of the potato to actually go down. So notice how in that case, the salinity of the water did not cause the change in weight of the potatoes. It was the water that caused the change in weight of potatoes. However, the salinity did affect it. So my point here is that an independent variable doesn't have to just be a true or false statement which causes the dependent variable. It's probably more likely to be a value that, when changed, affects what the value of the dependent variable is. Or maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't affect it, then whatever hypothesis said that it would affect it has now been falsified. So I hope that clears things up. You presume that a change in the independent variable causes a change in the dependent variable, not you presume that independent variable causes the dependent variable. But to put it in a more simpler way, you presume that the independent variable affects the dependent variable. Now, there might be a bit more to it, like there might be a certain mechanism that predicts that one variable will affect another, but I think that's a little too complicated for flat earthers right now. Yeah, I know that independent variables and dependent variables are too complicated already, but this is even more complicated for them.
That was his last one, this one right here.
Yeah, that's...
A change in location causes change in ground shaking.
My God.
Are you retarded?
In measured ground shaking. Measured.
No, that changes everything. Just when I thought you couldn't be any dumber. You go and do something like this and totally redeem yourself.
Now, of course, I did have to add that qualifier, because when you change your position, you're changing the amount of ground shaking that you measure, not the actual amount of ground shaking that's taking place. Just the measurements. So what's wrong with a change in location causes a change in measured ground shaking?
Okay, let's do a little
Who
test.
are you,
Hold on.
King
Oh,
Kong?
let's test it. Let's test it. Let's test this hypothesis. Right. Okay. I want you to right now plan a walk. Move 4 inches to the right.
So here is where I forgot to add a small qualifier. I mean, when an earthquake is taking place, dumbass. It'd be very much like having a whole lot of different salt solutions, having a whole lot of pieces of potato, measuring the weight of the pieces of potato, and then each putting them next to a different glass of salt solution, and then going, well, there's no difference in the change of weight of the potatoes. Well, no shit, Sherlock. You're supposed to put them in the salt solution, Einstein. So the mistake that I made in that debate was I didn't initially specify that it's supposed to be during an earthquake. And I would have thought that any normal person would have assumed that's what I meant. But no, not Nathan and friends. They've got to use what they think that I meant and completely ignore me when I try and clarify what I actually meant.
Did your change in location cause ground shaking?
Not necessarily, but we need to wait for an earthquake to actually happen. No. Don't clarify what you mean. Answer my straw man. So if I'm on the epicenter of the earthquake, and an earthquake happened, and then there's someone who's 10 kilometers away, will the person 10 kilometers away not experience less ground shaking?
You're not getting caused.
That person caused the ground
All
shaking?
you're doing is getting measurements. So you don't know the cause of those measurements. All you were doing is getting a difference in measurements, man.
Now, I may not be finding out the exact cause of the measurements, but at least I'm finding out why we're getting certain measurements. I might be finding out why the measurements are different at one location to another. And that might be because as you get further away from the epicenter, there's less ground shaking. I can then use that to predict what should happen in earthquakes in the future, and when it does happen with earthquakes in the future, it becomes useful.
Wait, what if another earthquake never happens? When you got an experiment is not when you waiting for something to happen. If I told you, yeah, I got this experiment I'm going to do, and you're like, what is it? Well, I just got to wait for the sky to turn green, and then I'm going to see if water will reflect. You'd be like, what the hell are you doing? You can't just wait for something to observe and call it an experiment.
Except you can wait for something to happen to perform an experiment. You could wait till, I don't know, midday to perform certain experiments for when the sun's overhead. Or you could wait until, I don't know, the transit of Venus to figure out how far away the sun is. And if earthquakes stop happening, then it becomes very interesting because earthquakes happen all the time. In fact, there was an earthquake about an hour ago close to Leven in New Zealand. Small earthquake, yes, but still an earthquake. So you'd try and figure out, okay, what has changed? Why have all the earthquakes stopped? Now, some people at this point might be going, well, this is all good and all, but seismology has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, right? Or at least the flat earthers might say that. I think globe earthers are usually a little smarter than that. Well, when it comes to seismology, if there is a large enough earthquake, no matter where you are on Earth, you will be able to detect it, given that you've got the proper instruments, of course. And depending on where you are, you might only be picking up PP waves, and not P waves because you're in a shadow because of the core of the Earth. And I guarantee you, if you were to ask any seismologist if the Earth is flat, they would laugh at you and say, of course the Earth is not flat. My job literally relies on the Earth being a globe to make accurate predictions. Now, there is something that I want to point out. The whole thing about independent variables, it doesn't matter, because not all experiments need an independent variable. That's right, I've wasted a lot of time talking about independent variables when they don't matter. Let me get Professor Dave to explain why. Can an independent variable be a presumed influencing factor, or must it be the presumed cause in an experiment?
Well, it doesn't have to be presumed anything, right? You select one, and then you observe its effect or alleged effect on some other variable, right? It can be anything. But that's the point with these flat earthers or other groups too, is they take they like to talk about the scientific method, and they'll quote the version of the scientific method that they learned in like 3rd grade or something, and pretend that it is some kind of gospel or doctrine as to how science must be done. I mean, this is ridiculous. When I was working in a chemistry lab, you have a reaction you're going to do, and you do it, and you see if it worked. Right? There's no hypothesis. It doesn't fit that simplistic model. It's still science. Yeah. Chemistry is science. When you do chemical reactions, you're doing science.
Yeah.
When you analyze your product, when you isolate it, so it's just them trying to take this unbelievably limited pseudo understanding of the scientific method and try to apply it broadly to the entire body of science, which is just, it's insane.
So that was from my discussion with Professor Dave. And I've also asked that question to people like Landon Knoll, who's a scientist. And he gave a very similar response. So is it the scientists that are wrong? Or is it the flat earthers pretending that they know science when they actually don't? Now, there is also something else that's funny that I want to point out that was said by Arwen.
The seismology charts have been updating on a rapid phase, constantly changing in the last.
So you'd rather that if we found an error with something like a seismology chart, that we should just keep on using it anyway. Yep, that sums up Flat Earth pretty well. Now, there is a second topic to this video. Normally, I'd just put the topic in a separate video and then release that video separately, but I want to get all the Nathan Oakley stuff done in one video. Because this might be the final video that I make on Nathan Oakley for a while. Unless he actually makes a video that actually addresses the points that I make, or if he does something unbelievably stupid that everyone's talking about. And judging by the last video that he made on me, the former seems highly unlikely. Now, there is always the chance that he might do something incredibly stupid, but there's only so many times that you can do something incredibly stupid before people say, oh, he's just doing it for attention, right? Oh wait. Anyway, on with the video. So, a bit of time passed since the discussion about seismology, and then this happened.
So we've solved the problem, Planner Walk, because it's the
Not
first.
really, because...
Shut up!
If something gets smaller...
Shut your stupid, millennial, arrogant, stupid mouth. I have not finished berating your stupidity. I'll start again. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me doesn't mean immediately interrupt me.
So very clearly, Nathan hates being interrupted, and I can understand that, considering how many times I was interrupted in that debate by Nathan himself. But that was only half the point of playing that clip. And the other half is, how did we get to that point? Well, I was giving a bit of a long-winded explanation of how we can test to see if Earth curvature is blocking objects that are disappearing over the horizon. And then this happened.
Answer the question, geometric
test
drop or visual drop?
So, it could be either.
That's right.
And me and Quantum Eraser were in agreement. Visual drop or geometric drop could make something disappear over the horizon. But Nathan Oakley disagreed.
Hold on, you said it could be either. No, that's incorrect. One of those.
So it can't be.
I'm just in the middle of a
drop.
statement. You've said something that's incorrect. I'm going to correct you. You said it could be one or other. Either, you said, correct?
Yes. Now that part was very important because Nathan then goes on to perform some very dishonest debate tactics.
Now let me correct you. One of those things will always hold true for anyone with eyeballs. Now, the visual fact that things get smaller with distance and then eventually disappear is always going to be the case. It's not either the thing in the distance drops around a curve or it gets smaller with distance. It's always going to get smaller with distance. That's a fact.
But things getting smaller with distance doesn't mean that it drops.
That's correct. You stated it was either or. Now I've got you to concede that one of them is absolute fact.
So did you catch it? I said that either one of these two things could be correct. That does not necessarily mean that you're excluding the other if one is correct. It means that both could be correct. And then the sneaky little trick that Nathan pulled is he said, so you said that it could be one or the other. And I agreed because I was thinking, yeah, it could be one or the other. And then Nathan claims that I was creating a false dichotomy because apparently what I said meant that if one is correct, then the other must be incorrect. And then he claims that it was my idea attempting to gaslight me. So Nathan, you slimy Weasley bastard, I have to take my hat or my beanie off to you. Because never have I seen such a display of dishonest debate tactics. Ever. So I'd actually forgotten the way in which things happened until I rewatched it, and it's way worse than I thought, because I'd actually forgotten that Nathan tried to stick words in my mouth and then gaslight me. So for all you flat earthers that say, well, if Nathan's wrong, why don't you go on his show and debate him? That's why. He's a dishonest, slimy prick. And that's ignoring the fact that he shouts over people that disagrees with him, and if you try to interrupt him, he will either shout over you or mute you. Now that's not to say that I'd never debate Nathan Oakley, because I would debate Nathan Oakley. If it was hosted by a channel like Modern Day Debates, I'm sure James would love to have us on. But that's pretty much saying that I'll never debate Nathan Oakley, because Nathan Oakley refuses to step outside of his comfort zone. So hopefully people watching this now understand how Nathan Oakley argues. He's not arguing in good faith, so if you're tempted to go on and debate him, don't. Anytime that anyone goes onto Nathan's channel to debate him, the winner is Nathan. Even if they make Nathan look stupid, because it keeps people interested. But anyway, that's all I've got to say about Nathan Oakley for now. Now, I might make one more video on Black Swan, and Nathan, just because someone makes a video on the Black Swan doesn't mean that they're talking about you. As always, a big shout out to my $20 or more patrons. What Jesus, Holmes, Hugh Jars, MC Nutkin, Wolfie, String News 1, Ashpanash, Curtis Reynolds, and Maury. If you want to support me financially, click here. But anyway, I will see you in the next video. Between you and me, thank you for watching. Also, people said that they liked the beanie, so I'm keeping the beanie for winter. Then I'll cut the hair off.
I think you might be muted, Terry.
Hello.
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 Were you muted?
I think I was muted.
Yes, because I could see you lighting up and I could hear nothing. Bit of a
I
giveaway.
always say the most profound things when I'm muted.
Of course you do.
And then you can't remember them later.
Correct.
I think it was something to do with playing to work, getting a haircut.
Cool. Wish I could get a haircut. TikTok, 2 minutes. Yeah, if this carries on much longer, I might have to start wearing a beanie. Or just my crash helmet. I don't know.
So we're saying Pip's got a premiere in a few minutes.
Yeah. Yes.
In 2.
Are we
So-
wanting to watch it independently or?
I think we should all go over to Pip and watch it independently so that Pip gets the really good viewing figures.
Yes.
I have been dropping the link in the chat.
We can leave this. We can leave this stream open and we'll go and watch it, or we can close the stream and go over there. It's up to you, Terry. But I think we should all go watch it rather than streaming it here, so that Pip gets the figures she deserves.
Yeah.
And yay, there's a Capri.
Crappy.
Oh yes, there's a crappy at the back, isn't there?
I see a Vauxhall.
Yes. Although what the hell's that Rover? Yeah, what the hell's that crappy old Vauxhall doing on there?
Yeah.
And the Rover's not the bloody, and the Rover's the wrong one as well, because it.
All right. Then.
Yeah, it's a 70s
Okay.
book.
Well, I
isn't
can't
it?
finish up. I can't finish up if we don't say goodbye.
Sorry.
I'll have to keep that other story for another night then. Okay then.
Night all.
Yeah, I'm just typing.
But of course, being a premiere, there'll be 2 minutes of the greatest music in the world ever.
There we go. Let it go in the peanuts. Bye, peanuts. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Pip. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Elmo. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Big Blue. John Rapp, Point Laugh, Boggs, Rimfondle, Dora, Dartman, Miro, Scott. Okay then. Night Peanuts. Go and watch Pip.
Night Peanuts. Oh.
Night Bongongo Nuts.
Bongo what?
Bongongo.
Oh,
Bongongo.
Getting